Hello! The video that follows is a compilation of comic readings and commentaries from my series, Hellgate. This video covers issues 11 through 26 of the series, also known as the Blue Flame issues. Hellgate started in 2003 when I was 15 and ran till 2009. You can read it for free at jaegercomics.com. This footage was captured from my streams over at twitch.tv/Jaeger_comics. We are going to read the first of the Blue Flame issues, Battle 11, Human Blood. Last time on Hellgate, Battle 10, A New Demon, Kelly led Neil into a trap. She got him away from his sword and locked him in a room. With death staring him straight in the eye, a dark transformation took place. What's going on? I can't feel a thing. No, that's not right. I feel anger. So much anger. Such pain. And we reestablish our shot. Kelly up on the second floor, a robot between her and a dark Neil. But many floors below, we see on a lone table stuck under some glass, Demonic. Such a wave of demonic power. Who could it have been? What the hell are you? RAY-003, fire! Direct hit. He's still alive? Rip him to pieces! Shing! Jumps and jumps right through him. No! Stay away! Split. What have I done? It hurts so bad. What have I done? Warning, overload, evacuate. Everything's going haywire, shaking and rumbling. What's going on? Oh, chaos everywhere. I killed her. Whole building explodes. Just flying out of the explosion. Or jumping. High jump. He can't fly. It was a high jump. Thank God I'm immortal. It appears Neil has reached level 2. I better get his friends. The sun rises on a new day, and Neil stands stoic in a field. Next time on Hellgate, Battle 12, The Demon, the Kiss, and Courtney. Courtney, Jesse, and Jessica try to change Neil back. Then a demon attacks the group. Can Neil overcome his own feelings, or will he lose his life to the claws of the Demon King's third in command? And a new demon translator, because I revamped the cipher so that there would actually be vowels matching up with vowels, so hopefully you can now pronounce the words in the demon language. The Blue Flame issues. So not only do the flames turn blue, but now the black area is now a dark gray. By the way, it's another 2005 issue. The text right above Hellgate is now different. Instead of saying die now, which I've talked about why that was hilariously written there, it says evil within. This I remember I got some flack at school. Some kids were just being like immature, like, "Oh, I'm so glad you put that smudge there." Yeah, I was gonna draw his fucking dong. Like, shut up. I'm used to watching anime where there's like, you know, nude inner forms that don't have like specific genitalia. This I'm still kind of proud of here on the left, you know, showing like the different floors as you go down, showing the relation between where demonic is and where the action's happening. That's kind of neat. That's definitely some forethought on my end that you don't see often in Hellgate. RAY003. So I had a buddy named Ray. It's actually C's older brother, to call back to the Guy to Make Fast 7 we read. He was a buddy of mine in high school. I told him I put in my comic, and I just named the robot after him. But yeah, I remember not quite sure what would be inside of a robot. A lot of wires, probably more wires than our... I mean, I guess there's probably a lot of wires, but it's probably more like gears and stuff. But there's also just, I don't know, this weird disco ball that was inside the robot. That was important, I guess, to its functioning. And then the stab. Neil is momentarily snapped out of it. And yeah, he feels regret. Like, yeah, she betrayed him, but like, he's never killed a human before. He slays demons. He doesn't even kill them, because the demons are immortal. He just locks them up in the sword. But yeah, I guess Neil's overwhelming demonic power caused all the machinery to overload and explode. That's a little odd. I don't know why that would cause that, but I needed the building to explode for dramatic effect, so it happened. Yeah, Neil transforms again. I like this look of like the blood flying off of the sword. Compound explodes. And actually, this is the first time I established that Demonic's also immortal. Well, these are like some of the worst demonic drawings. Oh my god. Yeah, this is the first time I established that Demonic is also immortal. But we won't truly learn about Demonic until Heaven Gate. He's just this little immortal helper guy. And I still kind of like the face here. The biddies are kind of weird, but the face is not bad. And I'll save the discussion of this cover over here for issue 12. But yeah, I realized that the demon language was in like unspeakable. Like you couldn't speak it out loud because okay, if you haven't seen this, so the black letters are English, the red letters are demon language if you're speaking it, and the green letters are the demon alphabet. So if a character is speaking, he'll speak in the red letters if he's speaking in demon, and then you can translate that into English with this cipher, kind of like Albed in Final Fantasy X. But then if you see the writing, that's how you translate it. So yeah, I realized that I just did a random cipher in the first 10 issues, and you couldn't speak out loud because a lot of the words didn't have vowels in them. So I remade the cipher to have the vowels match up. It says works only with the blue flame issues, but it will work with all the issues going forward, all the way up into Heaven Gate. Although the spoken demon language kind of phases out mid blue flame issues because I realized no one was taking the time to translate it and they were just missing plot. So I just stopped using it. I thought it was like, oh, it's a cool thing you get to decode. And then people just all like, eh. And it was like, all right, never mind. But the demon letters I still use to this day. Yeah, that is issue 11, Human Blood. Looks like 2005, so I was still in high school. Battle 12, The Demon, The Kiss, and Courtney. Last time on Hellgate, Neil, in his demonic rage, killed Kelly. His demonic energy caused an overload in the computer at ERC, causing it to explode. Neil now stands in a field, stuck in his transformation. Yes, so last time, Kelly, Neil's evil girlfriend, lured him into a trap. He was facing death, and then his rage from being betrayed caused him to transform. He started glowing with demonic energy. He got sharp claws, sharp teeth. His eyes went all black. And in his blind rage, he killed Kelly. And that snapped him out for a second, but that kind of set him off too. He was definitely remorseful for killing her, and then he just kind of exploded and ran off on his own. Demonic, meanwhile, was freed in all this and went and said he had to go get Neil's friends. So now that's where we return with Neil in a field as the sun rises on a new day. The car pulls up. Neil's friends emerge. Neil, what's wrong? Why is he just standing there? He is stuck within his emotions. Neil! No, Jessica, wait! Bzz, ah! His demonic energy won't let anyone close. So that's it, huh? He thinks he can hide? Courtney? He thinks he can make me wait like this? Courtney, wait, the energy! Shing! It dispels. His energy dispelled. All Demonic told me is that Kelly betrayed you. Your first kiss. She betrayed you. But you have to forget her because... Oh my god. It's a smooch. And I think he's snapping out of it. So some time passes. Is Neil ready to go? After Jessica gets done treating his wounds. Got Jessica over here, bandaging him up. When did you become a nurse? You slay, Jessie sees, Courtney drives. I need to contribute somehow. Now come on, Neil. Let's get going. Some big walls of earth pop up. We're surrounded by a wall of earth. It's a demon. But who? Over there. What the heck is going on in this place? Dun dun dun. Oh, no. Neil, take care of this demon. What? Yeah, right. He looks terrified. Neil goes in for a swing. Tink. Slash. Oh. Didn't even cut through the demon. Oh, lands hard. He's not even transformed. No, I can't. Neil, get over it and transform. As long as I don't get angry. Foof. Ah! Oh, he looks like he dodged. Oh, slashed on the leg.
Oh, I'm the Demon King's third in command. You have no hope of slaying me at your level.
Neil, you're gonna have to go to your demonic form. No! Neil, you have to! I can't! There's no other choice! I can't! Something goes flying past him in the background. Oh, shit.
Phew. Thump.
You bastard!
Kick in the face. Oh.
A break in the wall. We have a way out. Jumps up, throws a sword.
Tink. Even in your transformation, you can't penetrate my... Voof.
I really like that. I'll go more in commentary. Oh, he's slain and sucked up into the sword. Neil, Demonic is keeping Courtney alive, but we need to get her to the hospital now. Hurry! Next time... Oh, God, we're all over the place. Next time on Hellgate, Battle 13 Miracle. Courtney is rushed to the hospital, but the question remains, will she survive? So this cover here is actually a remake of cover 3. I mentioned this when we did cover 3. So basically, I had these two glowing eyes in the background, and as now that this demon has revealed, the Demon King's third in command, I remade the cover and put the demon in there. And it is kind of interesting just to see my art style change. I'm not going to pull up 3D side by side, but you can do that on the website. Um, but yeah, my art was definitely a lot better at this point than it was in 2003 when I made the third issue. So it was only a 2-year difference. I try a little bit of shading with this one. The shading always looks pretty ugly in Hellgate because it's just a mechanical pencil. But I figure with the sun rising, God, the sun's ginormous. I should show the shading. And this is actually one of the first times I made it kind of clear that the hair, you can't cast a shadow on his hair because his hair is actually luminescent. It has a slight glow to it, which I show way better in Heavengate, but that was my way of showing it back in Hellgate. And this idea that Jessica tries to get close, but the demonic aura repels her, but Courtney can actually dispel it. A lot of people from very early on thought that Neil and Courtney were supposed to be a thing, and that actually was not the case. Neil and Courtney were not supposed to be together. I didn't have plans for coupling in the series, but this issue came up, and it just felt right to have a kiss break him of his shock, of his demonic emotions. I'll admit that it's probably not the best execution because there's no lead up to it. I do not show any signs that there's any type of relationship between these two. And in fact, we'll see in the next issue, I try to retcon it quite a bit with flashbacks. But yeah, I remember drawing this in Southern Illinois. We were staying at my mom's boyfriend's place at the time. Because I think we're getting my second car. Cause on my, we found it on eBay and it was actually farther south than where we were. So I stayed at my mom's boyfriend's while my mom and her boyfriend drove even far south to go get the car. And I remember drawing this in his kitchen in the morning, and his daughter was like, "Oh, that's really sweet." And his cat was a demon. Seriously, it was the meanest. Cat would just come in, look at me, hiss, and then go over and eat. That cat was evil. Cat hated everyone. This is also where I introduced the idea that Jessica's going to have some first aid ability, because I figured she needed kind of a purpose on this trip. Like you said, Courtney's a driver. Jesse can see demons in human form, and Neil's the frickin' Slayer. But yeah, and then this Wall of Earth shows up. This demon, I still kind of like his design. I've definitely improved upon it in later iterations. But yeah, so you asked, like, why is Neil afraid of this diamond dog? Which, granted, I don't get the reference, but he's not afraid of the demon per se. He's afraid of transforming. Like, he is afraid of that demonic form because he lost control. So at first, he's afraid of transforming entirely. So this is him trying to fight in his basic form. You see, he can't even hold the sword one-handed when it's basic form. Like, he's a scrawny boy. He's got to go two-handed, and yeah, that does not help whatsoever. And then he's like, all right, I'll just transform. And I'm really not a fan of these faces. I'm so much better at showing the emotions here. Kind of makes me cringe looking at what I was trying to do back here. But yeah, so he tries a little transformation. I like the detail I did back then. So of course he was scratched on his back, I think in a previous fight back in issue 9. So that gets a bandage on it, but when he skids on the ground here, that bandage starts to come off. So you see, it's like that big old bandage start to peel off. He goes for a swing. Okay, and you see this demon has this big old spear coming out of its back, which is what he fires off here. I think I actually tried inverting this once. I could have swore I did, but I guess not. But yeah, the idea is just that they're having this argument and there's in the background. And I haven't really established why the demon decided to target Courtney, but here we are. And this was actually a idea of the original Courtney. Our relationship was a bit rocky in high school at times. So I think one time she said as a joke that I should kill off her character this way because I think she wanted out of the comic. She's fine with it now. Like, we still chat every once in a great while, and she still likes catching up on the comic and thinks it's really cool. So that's all years and years and years in the past. But I did run with the idea. And I remember one time I actually sketched it out before I got to this issue and showed it to her. I'm like, hey, see? And she's like, was worried at first because she thought I was mad at her. And I'm like, no, this was your idea. She's like, oh, right, Fit, I forgot. She thought I was just drawing her being killed for funsies. But yeah, that's a big old hole in the gut. And yeah, I like this series of events here. These lines aren't exactly straight, so I'm not a fan of that. But yeah, it gives him a kick in the face. Knocks him. I want to make it clear that that's how they were going to get out. I like this. He jumps up in the air, throws the sword, and the sword isn't enough to penetrate, but he just dive bombs onto the sword, putting his feet on the handles or the hilt or whatever, and just pushing it into him. I thought that was really, really brutal and really showed his anger in this fight. And then I don't like his face here. Like, his face is very nonplussed for the situation. He should be way more concerned about what's just going on right now. But yeah, Demon seems to think that she can be saved with that big hole in her gut. Jaeger Inc. Before it was Jaeger Comics, it was Jaeger Inc. Until I tried to get JaegerInc.com, and it's already taken by Chuck Yeager. So I had to go with Jaeger Comics, which makes way more sense. And that was one of the original logos, which is a little pencil there for the Y. So here we go. Battle 13. Miracle. Last time on Hellgate, Battle 12, the Demon, the Kiss, and Courtney. Courtney was able to kiss Neil back to normal. But then the Demon King's third in command attacked. Neil was able to go back into his demonic form to slay it, but not before Courtney was fatally wounded. Here we got hospital. Emergency room. There's nothing we can do. She's missing vital organs. She should be dead. Beeped, 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 beeped. Kind of like this got a little fancy here. It's in the waiting room. I remember the first time I met Courtney. The first day of high school. Drama class. Eureka High School, 2002. .307. 307. Where is it? Ah, here it is. I was so freaking lost. Neil Jaeger, age 14. Looks like I'm the only freshman. Hey. You can come sit with me. Or you can come sit next to me. Courtney Rosebud, age 16. He's all blushing. Montage. My boyfriend is cheating on me with my grandma. No way. I'm not crazy. I'm just a little unwell. We love you, Matchbox 20. Over the course of the school year, I fell in love with her. Isn't this show great? It's a little kid's cartoon from the 80s. Then, this whole demon thing happened, so my feelings took a back seat. Besides, she would never have feelings for me. You're wrong. She had feelings for you too, Neil. That long? It was scary. What about you? Do you have a crush? Me? Neil, no way. He may act like a little kid, and he tries too hard to look like a cool hero, and he's a bit of an idiot. But he's the sweetest, bravest guy I know. Does he know? No. I was going to tell him once, but then the demons attacked the high school and we started this trip, so I just gave up. Jessica, come play. Okay. Courtney, you really should tell Neil how you feel. Don't yell it out. Maybe I will. But then, when she tried, we were walking through the park. Hey, Courtney, now would be a good time to tell Neil how you feel. Hey, Neil, that ice cream vendor's a demon. Shh. Neil? Kelly? And that's when Kelly came into our lives. Mr. Jaeger? Yeah? Please come with me to tend your wounds. Excuse me, I have some info on your friend. Yes? She's pregnant. What? How could... Wait a minute. Oh, you're here with Miss Rosebud. Sorry, my bad. Crash. This is what Demonic told me. Courtney should be dead. She's missing vital organs, but Demonic is keeping her alive and inducing her body to regenerate its vital organs. Normally impossible, but somehow Demonic is doing it. Demonic is hibernating as he does it now. Just let him do his work. It's her only hope. I have a summer home you can stay at while she's healing. I'll send my niece to help take care of her. Time passes. There's the summer home on a cliff. There Courtney sleeps. And so does Demonic. Courtney. Hellgate fan art contest. Turn in or send in for our internet readers your Hellgate fan art by 11/28/05 to enter to win. Win what? I'll get to that in a bit, but first the rules. The fan art is your own drawing of your favorite or not so favorite, I really don't give a crap, character. You may draw in your own style or try to copy Hellgate's. It does not have to be in color. Bottom line, do it in whatever way you want. Keep it appropriate, Brian. Tracing is not allowed. You may try to duplicate a scene from Hellgate, but if we think it might be a trace job, it'll be disqualified, so do that at your own risk. Now for the prizes. First prize, be featured as a major role in a future issue of Hellgate. Second prize, make a small appearance in a future issue of Hellgate, 1 frame. Third prize, a free copy of Hellgate the video game. 3 other random contestants will have their artwork shown in a future issue of Hellgate. Good luck! And then we got this nice Halloween picture. Next time on Hellgate, Battle 14, Control and the God Slash. A demon that just won't stay down attacks Neil. In order to beat this demon, he's going to need to learn to control his demonic power. Okay, so let's talk about this cover. So my idea for this cover, the flames are actually really big on this one because this one's actually almost entirely thrown together digitally. I didn't have a sketch to start with because I basically took all these scenes from Courtney and kind of put them together in a collage and then fully colored all the ones that weren't already in color. So you see some instances of her from like other covers, like here. But like these are like frames that I then went in color to make them fit. You can see older designs for Courtney throughout the series. She starts out as a brunette, she dyes her hair black, and you can't really see it very well, but right here is her sprite from Hellgate the video game. Kind of got crushed. But yeah, that's what I was going for with this cover, was just a collage of Courtney. This guy was me actually trying to be a bit more inclusive because I realized I mostly draw white people because that's mostly what I had surrounded myself with in my tiny white town. But I was like, I need to fix that. So I was like, all right, this doctor's black. Also, oh my God, dude, the mask goes over your nose, asshole. Sorry. Just realized I fucked that up all those years ago. I kind of like this, Neil just lean up against a wall while Jessica and Jesse wait for news. And then we start our flashback back to 2002. So of course this is before the events of Hellgate because the first issue took place in 2003. And that's actually a rough sketch of what my high school looks like. It's kind of got this area over here is the old high school, and then this is an addition that was added many years later, still years before me. And this is all, a lot of this parallels me meeting the actual Courtney. We did meet in a drama class my freshman year. I was the only freshman in that class. I think she was a junior. Yeah, she was a junior. She said I could sit next to her, and I did develop a crush on her. Her hands, with this panel here, her hands. Yeah, I wasn't great at hands then. I'm not great at hands now. I was really not good at hands then. I like these Jessie Cupids. This is before a Hippo was a character, so I probably would have made Hippo a Cupid then. But yeah, me and the real Courtney actually did meet in drama class. We bonded over the fact that she had Sailor Moon keychains attached to her backpack. And we did partner up for projects. And this does kind of parallel stuff that happened in that first year. We wrote a play together in that drama class that was about a lady deciding to go on the blind date because she realized that her boyfriend was cheating on her with her grandma. But it becomes like a thing where he shows up and he's there for a different blind date. Yeah, it is a play we did together. I did go to my first concert with her, Matchbox 20, and it did happen. She did lay her head on my shoulder, and I was like, oh my God, this is the best moment of my life. A girl who's pretty has put her head on my shoulder. This is it, guys. This is the pinnacle of happiness. I can die now. And then, yeah, she was in this cartoon called Unico, which was about this unicorn from the 80s. Of course, that's where the similarities end. She did not develop feelings for me. I did for her. She shot me down. It's fine. It's a long time ago now. I get it. She was way more mature than I was. And thankfully, she had no problem with this being in the comic. Although at this point, like, she had graduated high school, so we were a couple years away from like that awkwardness. And I think she saw these as separate characters. So, yeah. Then this flashback here is supposed to be during issue 7, where they would go to the beach together. So this implies that there was a conversation between Jessica and Courtney on the beach about who she liked. And then she goes off to go play with Brittany. And then this implies that at the end of that issue, when Neil and the gang are walking through the park, and then Neil slays a demon real quick, and it turns out he just saved Kelly, who re-enters his life that way, that was just moments before Courtney was about to, say her feelings, but now Jessica's back in Neil's life. So that kind of derailed that. So like I said in the last issue, I kind of retconned Courtney's feelings through flashbacks, which isn't the best, I'll admit, it's not the best way to handle that. Like I said, I didn't plan for Neil and Courtney to be together. I just decided at mid-issue last time. And then I thought this joke was funny, how it's like, oh, she's pregnant. How is that even freaking possible? Oh wait, wrong person. Also, someone pointed this out when the issue came out that I thought was really funny. He puts his glasses on, right? And he's like, oh, wait, let me read the chart. He puts his glasses on because he's like, oh, I can't see well enough. I got the charts mixed up. He puts his glasses on. Let's go right back to when he's performing surgery. He's not wearing his glasses then. Someone point out how that's a little fucked up that he didn't wear his glasses for the surgery. What can I say? Fuck up on my end. We have a wall of text. Always a bad idea. This fall right here is actually straight out of Love Hina. This is a scene. This is a common trope in Love Hina, and I definitely referenced that for this whole like gag anime. Oh, we've been surprised, so we fall down, which is weird, but And this location here, this house over this cliff over the ocean, this is supposed to be on the Gulf of Mexico in Florida, and this will be our setting for some time. Is this home in Florida? And also pay attention to Courtney, because she will start every issue from now on. You'll be able to see how time has passed, because her hair is going to, the color in her hair, because that's fake, right? She's a brunette, so that's hair dye, so her hair's going to grow out over the course of the next few issues. And we introduce a new character here who we will see more of in the next issue, along with her mini cats. And then, of course, this here was a fan art contest. This will be referenced later, because there is an issue later that does feature the winners of this fan art contest, and later you actually will get to see the fan art that they submitted. But unfortunately, you cannot enter anymore, guys. The deadline was November 28th, 2005, so I'm afraid it has passed. And we'll talk about this. I kind of made this for fun and then decided to put it in the issue. You see, I actually inked this. I don't ink normal issues. But yeah, we have Jesse as a vampire. We have Courtney as Sailor Moon. Jessica as a sexy cat. Demonic as a witch, and Neil as a samurai. This drawing actually got me in trouble because the real Jessica had a girlfriend. So I sat next to the real Jessica's real life girlfriend in computer lab, and I thought it'd be cool. Like, hey, look, see, I actually have a character based off Jessica. Isn't that neat? Haha. And she was like pretty stone-faced about it. I'm like, oh, okay. Turns out this pissed her off. This drawing specifically pissed her off that I drew her girlfriend like this. And she actually confronted me at my girlfriend's house one time and wanted me to hand over all the drawings I had of her girlfriend. I'm like, well, it's a comic, and also they're all online. I don't know what you want me to hand you right now. So that was fun. So thank you for both of those redeems, Kirby. This one is Battle 14, Control and the God Slash. Looks like it's from 2005. Last time on Hellgate, Battle 13, Miracle. Neil tells of the time he met Courtney and how he came to love her. Then Jessica explains that Courtney loved Neil too, but now Demonic is healing Courtney. Neither of them are conscious. So yeah, just basically last time, Courtney got, you actually see it here on the cover, She got absolutely skewered by this giant earthen sphere. But somehow Demonic was able to use his power to conserve her life and is actually inducing her body to heal this grievous injury. But she is in a coma, and so is Demonic while he does the healing process. And Courtney's doctor offered Neil and the gang his vacation home on a cliffside beach in Florida. We start with a view of Courtney. Hi, I'm Amber. These are my cats, Timony, Tracy, and Gabby. I'm Neil Yeager, and I'm Kunta Kinte, but you can call me Toby. Dumbass. I'll address that. My uncle sent me. I'm a nurse in training. I'll be taking care of Courtney. My head hurts. Now we're on the beach. Big stretch. Man, it's nice out. So, what does the government think of us putting the trip on hold for one injured girl? What's with your ponytail? It doesn't matter. Demonic is out too, and we can't go on without him. It's hot out. It's keeping the hair off my neck, Mr. Shirtless. Plus, it's been a... Gah! Gah! A demon! He don't look too strong. I never realized how dumb that sound line sounded. Dun dun! A second demon? Not a problem. Demon slash! Next time on Hellgate, Battle 15, I Can't Kill You. A demon possesses Neil. Whoa, wait. Stop the preview. Demon slash? What the hell is that? Shut up, Jesse. It sounded cool. It sounded like crap. You're the demon slayer. Why would you use demon attacks? Shut up. What would you know? And another thing, why do you scream out in demon whenever you use an energy dragon? It's involuntary. That's a pile of crap. Ah, Jesse. Who did that? Oh, now there's 4 of them. I like his little slashy hand. Flicking the blood off his blade. There's more? Fine then. Rah! Gah! Va! Yeah! What a pain. But I got them all. What? Oh, boom, 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 boom. What the hell? Ah! Slashing and slashing. Montage. But no matter how much he slashes, they all come back. There's no end. Neil! I was thinking, there were 2 to start out with, so maybe you have to slay them all at once. I've tried that. There are too many now. What? What about the energy dragon? Great idea, Jesse. Ulfnam! Nuval! And the dragon takes out... Ooh, not all of them. Damn. There are just too many of them. The energy dragon can't get them all. Well, at least they aren't attack. I'm pretty proud of that. Neil! Neil? Get away! Neil? Oh, those heights aren't... That ain't canon. I did not use the head method there. That is too short of a Neil for that height of a Jesse. Anyway. The only way I might win is if I go to my demonic form. You might be in danger near me. No! I trust you, Neil. I know you can control your demonic form. And I know you would never hurt me, so get out there and kick his ass! Jesse. Ding! Not a bad thumbs up for back then. Staring him down. Neil. Courtney. Big old muscly power up. Neil?
It's okay, Jesse, because I am going to kill him.
His eyes.
It's different. I can feel my power. I can control it. Huh? Bum bum. Bum bum. This is the same feeling I had when I learned the energy dragon. Stay back, Jesse.
Neil. Sheaths the sword. Big epic music time if there was music in a comic.
Vaj Zaps!
The God Slash. And slain. Thank God that's over. The demon is gone. Neil?
Ow.
Ow?
Ow.
What do you mean, ow? I mean, ow, I am cut up all over, Jesse. Oh, cry me a river, I'm cut too. Yeah, but your wounds weren't spread open by a sudden increase in muscle mass. Shut up. Here we see classic Demon Castle. Somewhere over northern Canada, the Demon Castle. Oh. God, I don't remember what all this says, and All right. So we got this little demon here, right? There is a translator, by the way, if you don't know, in issue 11. You could translate all this yourself. I remember the gist of it. So, essentially, he's kind of crawling through the demon castle, and he's thinking to himself that he's been called by the Demon King, and that he needs to. The translator hurts my eyes. Mainly that's fair. I don't blame you on that. He needs to find a host to control, but he doesn't want to make the same mistake he made last time with the first Demon Slayer. And now he's flashing back to that time he got a host. Can you kill me like this, Jaeger? Oh, sorry, that's the girl talk. Can you kill me like this, Jaeger?
Why should I care if she lives or dies?
No, wait! And then boom. The original Demon Slayer cut right through the innocent girl and the demon. He's like, I can't make that mistake again. This time I gotta find someone Jaeger knows personally. He's like, have you determined where you want to go to find your host or whatever? He's like, yes, Eureka. And then boom! Keep track of that. Look, the castle speeds off and it hit one of the birds. That will weirdly come back later. Next time on Hellgate, Battle 15, I Can't Kill You. A demon possesses one of Neil's friends from Eureka and beats the crap out of Jesse. But that's not the only problem. The Demon King has shown up with his son, the Demon Prince. And that is Battle 14, Control and the God Slash. So I still like this cover. A few things to note. One, we can still see you can still see the scars and wounds on his arm from previous issues. Those still have not fully healed. The scars are from being bitten by that dragon in issue 9, and the still scabbed over 3 puncture wounds are from the demon with the claws, the fast demon with the claws, where Neil used his arm as a shield. Of course, he's cut all up from this issue. Also, his skin's a little on the orange side. It was supposed to be like a tan. I've kind of had all the characters more tan than they were originally since issue 7 when they were on the beach. So I actually have been tracking their tan whenever there has been full color art of them. But that will fade eventually. I don't remember how many issues I keep that tan, but eventually I do get rid of it. But basically, I make everyone a shade darker since they went on since they were on the beach. But of course, this is Neil using his new move, the God Slash, this red wave that comes out of the invisible sheath whenever he builds up demonic energy in the sword and inside the sheath, and then he draws it, and that wave of energy just comes spilling out. Weird thing about these cats. They're based off my ex-girlfriends. No reason for this. There's nothing to be taken from this. There's no symbolism. It was a completely arbitrary decision my dumbass made in 2005. And in fact, I think Gabby here wasn't even my ex at the time. I think me and Gabby were in a relationship still. Tracy and Timony were my exes. Timony being my first girlfriend. It was I don't really have too many there wasn't, it's weird to say, I don't remember Timony that well or much unique things about her, which is why her simple thing is I just put a bow on her tail. Tracy was an artist, amazing art. I mean, still is, I assume. She did amazing like Sonic art and stuff like that. She really liked drawing Sonic characters, not really like OCs particularly. Like I don't know. Remember she had this really sick drawing of Shadow she did that I'm still envious to this day. And that's why she's supposed to have like one of those like French art hats. And then Gabby was a Trekkie, so that's why the cat's doing the Live Long and Prosper. It's kind of hard to make out. You'll see it in other ones, but they each have their tag. Beret, yeah, beret. Timony's is in a heart. Tracy's in the shape of an art easel, and Gabby's in the shape of the Star Trek insignia. And she's supposed to kind of have the insignia on her forehead, but you can't really make it out on this drawing. This joke here, and I'm Kunta Kinte, but you can call me Toby. Not a cool joke anymore. Probably never was. I wasn't trying to be insensitive about it. It seemed funny to me at the time, but I don't know. It's unnecessary, and I think it's in poor taste. And if you don't know what that's referencing there is a old series called Roots. It was a TV special. It told the story. This guy basically, this black man actually looked into his family lineage going all the way back to when his ancestors were captured and brought over as slaves. And this mini series basically shows the life of his lineage up to the modern day, or up to, I think up to emancipation. I'm not sure if it goes beyond that. But the first instance is his earliest ancestor he could find was Kunta Kinte, who was captured and brought over to be enslaved, and they gave him the name Toby. And there's a famous scene where he's basically being whipped and being forced to refer to himself as Toby, and he's reluctant. He wants people to know his name is Kunta Kinte. So when I give you that context, this joke is less cool. Like, it's making light of a very serious and dark situation. But when you're young, like I was at the time, and while I was affected by Roots, I remember liking it very much. We watched it in school. Being a white guy, a white kid in a majority white town, you don't think about just how much it may affect people who are that skin color, who can more deeply relate to what happened in that time. So I honestly was a little iffy on the joke at the time, but I figured like it wasn't disparaging, so I thought it was fine. But now I think it's in poor taste. But by looking back and cringing at your old work, it lets you know that you've grown. And this is Amber Curtis. She's actually one of the first completely original characters in the series. She was not based on anyone. It was actually me trying to be more diverse with my cast. Kind of sucks I introduced her by putting in that stupid joke. Anyway. I don't know why I gave Neil the tall ponytail. It seemed to be on a whim, but whatever. He has one now, at least for this issue. We got our little demon here that seems to be just a head and a cape and a stabby hand. He don't look too strong. I never realized how dumb he doesn't look too strong. Jaeger Christ. So that arm's weird. we're not going to critique every little art issue. We'll be here all day. But yeah, Neil sees one demon, but then he notices a second demon. He's like, okay, demon slash. I just put that in for fun. And I was like, that's dumb. Well, let's call that out, which we did. And then, yeah, this actually, I like this fourth wall breaking. I wish I had left out this word bubble, even though this does appear. This literally is the back page, right? Brought in over here, but Jesse's kind of holding it up. So the end of scene preview for the next issue, Jesse's holding it back. My only issue with the way I implemented it was I should have taken out this word bubble because it's confusing, right? Is it true to life what you're going to see at the back of the issue? Yes, but extra word bubble just seems strange. And then I probably should have made it so that the white text ended, or this white area here ended, and so Jesse was actually holding on to like colored part of the cover instead of this awkward holding on to white. But yeah, I do like this idea that like, okay, issue's over, we beat the demon, but then Jesse's like, no, we're not done here. What you said was dumb. I'm drawing this in detention. Okay, let's see. I think I know which detention this was. I think this was detention where I had to see a social worker. So one time I made a PowerPoint presentation about A&W root beer, and I kind of went off the walls and was silly with it. And everyone laughed, and that fueled me because that always fuels me. Then I had the next project. It was actually going to be about the dangers of marijuana use. And I went really crazy with that one, just filling it with silly shit. And I went too far because I put in a song. Like basically the way I was getting jokes was by putting in like LOL random slides. I was just being LOL random all throughout the PowerPoint because that made the other kids laugh. And I went way too far with it. And I put in like a song, which was, if you're happy and you know it, stab your friends. If you're happy and you know it, stab your friends. If you're happy and you know it, then the blood will surely show. If you're happy and you know it, stab your friends. Because that sounded hilarious to me. I mean, it got a laugh, but the teacher also shut down my presentation. And then there was like a later slide about Jesus being president and drinking the blood of babies. I was quoting Squidbillies on that one. Again, in context, that stuff isn't as bad. Out of context, the principal was concerned. I had to see the vice principal, and the vice principal, I was vice principal, I guess later talked to my mom, was like, he took it very well. Like I wasn't upset or anything. I was like, yeah, now that I think about it, this was all not okay. And no, this isn't a political thing. Cause I mentioned like Ralph Nader and Laura Bush. I didn't even know who Ralph Nader was at the time. It was not, I was just being a little random, stuff like that. I had to see a social worker and get evaluated to make sure I wasn't mentally unstable and going to like shoot up the school or something. And like I said, I took it all in stride. Like I completely understood why they were doing it. I was not offended. I was not like mad, like, oh, it's just stupid. I was like, yeah, I fucked up. And yeah, I took the test, and then they went to my mom with the results because my mom worked for the school, and they're like, that is the most level-headed kid I've seen in years. Like, yeah, no, I'm actually pretty even kilter. I just, went too far with the joke. Anyway, I had to do a Saturday detention, and I remember working on this page during the detention. Here's a nice side story there. So yeah, Jesse gets injured. Neil's cutting more. At this point, they think there's just more showing up, but this is where, of course, you see where when you cut it, it multiplies, which is very strange, right? Like, this sword's supposed to slay the demons. And I don't think I've shown this yet, but if a demon is harmed in any other way besides the Jaeger sword, they will heal. They won't duplicate, but they'll heal. So this is still very strange. We actually won't get a full explanation on this demon until the end of the series, near the end. So Neil keeps at it, hoping, I don't know, maybe there's a limit to how many times it can divide, or trying to slay them all fast enough. But yeah, then we try the energy dragon, which actually used to be Volvnam Jin Fail, but now we have the new translation to make the words easier to pronounce with vowels and stuff like that. So now it's Ulvnam Junval. Until later when I drop it, and it just says Energy Dragon. an okay energy dragon showing. We're still haven't reached peak energy dragon in terms of portraying it the way I want. And he's like, well, at least they're not attacking, and then they all attack. And I had an artist friend who like complimented this, and I still like it. I wish the shading was a bit more consistent, but yeah, just the idea of all these like you just see the streaks of all these demons coming in and slashing them in different places. This I can't get over. This is not to model. I mean, even if Neil like moved his head up, he'd still be like half a head over Jesse. No. Neil's always a full head over Jesse. I don't know. This looks really awkward and weird to me. I can't tell if Jesse looks giant or Neil looks tiny. Yeah, Neil's like, I'm gonna use my demonic form. I need you to get away. He's like, nah, man, I trust you. Jesse uses his creepy smile. And Neil thinks of what happened to Courtney to get angry enough to transform. But now that he has control over it, now he's got, for the first time, pupils. This is the visual sign that he is in control of the form now. He's not just a wild beast. So I guess now is a good time to talk about the inspiration for Neil's demonic form now that we are seeing it fully realized with the eyes like this. So the first inspiration is, of course, Super Saiyan 2, right? Because Neil's first transformation is discount Super Saiyan, right? Dollar store Super Saiyan. That is the... so it makes sense that for his second form, the first thing I drew, because I was drawing these forms out long before they appeared in these series, it was just Super Saiyan 2. So Super Saiyan 2, if you don't know in Dragon Ball Z, the actual Super Saiyan 2 actually is a very subtle change. The hair gets spikier, and there's like more of a electric aura. However, due to like I think an issue with the dub, there was a misunderstanding on a form that you see in the Cell Saga, which is just called Super Saiyan Grade 2, which is just a level 1 Super Saiyan like maxed out. And Super Saiyan Grade 2, also referred to as Ascended Saiyan, which is not a full Super Saiyan 2. That involves a huge increase in muscle mass. And sometimes, especially when Trunks was powering up in the form, his eyes would go like full white. So that was the first inspiration. That's where all the bulking up comes from, and the eyes going white. Or that's how it looked at first. But then other influences got mixed in there. The next one to get mixed in was Rurouni Kenshin. Kenshin Himura has a very specific look to his eyes whenever he snaps and kind of reverts back to his Manslayer or Batosai form. And that's actually where this eye shape comes from, this diamond eye shape. Now, I wasn't fully realizing it well here. I can do it much better now. But that's why the eyes have this diamond shape. It's supposed to look more like a glare, but again, I hadn't quite pulled it off yet. Unfortunately, that wouldn't come until much later. And then the third inspiration is actually Inuyasha's demonic form, which his demonic form results in his eyes actually turning like a dark blue, the white of his eyes, and he gets like these facial markings. And that is where I got, that's where the influence of the blackened eyes came in, and these little lines coming off the eyes. And the idea of making this a demonic form and not just a powered up form. That's where he also gets the longer fingernails and the sharp teeth. And then once again, now that he has control, the sword kind of tells him his new attack in a way. That'll be more addressed later. But the way this new attack works is he sheaths the sword, draws in all his demonic energy into the sheath, and then withdraws it, causing a big wave of demonic energy to go flashing through. And I'd be lying if I didn't say that the God Slash doesn't take inspiration from the Wind Scar from Inuyasha. And then I think this is the first time we've seen the previous Demon Slayer Hyeger talk. I don't think we've seen him at all since he was referenced in issue 4. But we will hopefully see more of him before too long. We show that he was an asshole. He did not care about slaying innocent people to get to a demon. And again, remember that bird getting hit. That's going to be important. And yeah, and next time will be issue 15, I Can't Kill You. Hellgate. Battle 15. I can't kill you. Last time on Hellgate, Battle 14, Controlling the God / Neil faced with a demon that just won't stay down. In order to defeat it, he transformed to his demonic form and is able to finally control it. In doing so, he learned a new attack, the God Slash. Oof, we'll talk about that punctuation when we get back to commentary. But yeah, if you remember last time, there was this demon that anytime Neil cut him, he would split, and Neil realized that he had to slay them all at one time, and there was a ton of them, and so he turned into his demonic form and learned the God Slash technique and was able to wipe them all out in one go with that technique that you can see him performing there. So first we check in on Courtney here. Still in her healing coma. And then we cut right to the shenanigans with Neil being like, the ramen came with a flavor packet! They always do. You don't understand. When I was a boy, my father was addicted to ramen flavor packets. Whenever we had ramen, Father would take all the flavor packs, so I would always have to eat bland ramen. Weird. At least your mom isn't an alcoholic. My mom's a dentist. What about your mom, Jesse? She was killed by a demon. I'm gonna go for a walk on the beach. It's okay, you didn't know. He just needs some time alone. So then we got to the beach. Jesse wearing a... You know, it's not the commentary. We're not gonna go over Jesse's weird choice and fishnet shirts. I guess I better head back. Huh? Well, who's this now? Hey, I know you. You're Mike Olive, Neil's friend from Eureka. Oh, kick in the chin. Oh, nose. Looks like it. Oh, God, that looks painful. What the hell, man? You're gonna pay. Oh, gut punch. Bring me Jaeger. Meanwhile, back at the house. What the hell? Neil. Jesse! Who did this? Mike Olive. Mike. Flashback. So you're leaving now? For your little road trip? Yeah. You're the only one that can slay demons. I think we're doomed. Yeah. You could die. Is that what's bothering you? All right, then. A promise. I won't let these demons beat me. I won't die. Neil. A promise. Neither of us will die till every last demon is gone. Yeah! Somewhere over the Arctic Circle. We got the birdie cast. Yeah, so essentially, I'm going to try to... I'm going to try to do a translation here. Essentially, he's saying, first of all, this is big. Jaeger la Neil. This is him basically deciding he's not going to refer to him as Jaeger. He's going to refer to him as Neil. I'll get into that. He's essentially thinking like, he's basically going over his plan here. It's never been to just to kill Neil because he could. Neil's not that strong compared to the previous Slayer. The main issue is he wants revenge for something, and his goal, as we can see here on the left, is to make Neil explode with rage, to really bring out the demonic force so much that it just destroys him. But he's afraid he's going to carry that out for too long, and Neil might get too strong. So he's trying to think, all right, what would be a good timer? What would be a good like indicator that I need to move on? Maybe if there was a strong demon that if Neil was able to defeat, then it would be time to cut this game and just take Neil out. He's trying to think, who could I get? What demon would be? Then he gets an idea. Oh crap, I need to hurry. And he tells his castle, let's get out of here. It's essentially what the conversation is here, just in the demon language. Meanwhile, back at this confrontation. What the hell? Why the hell did you beat up Jesse? Coming right at him. Coming for a punch. Neil dodges. All right, you asked for it. And then, boom. Clocked him in the back. But what's this on his neck? What the hell? What the hell's going on?
I'm controlling your friend, Jaeger.
Neil transforms.
Are you going to kill your friend?
No, I'm going to exercise you.
What are you doing?
When I learn to control my demonic energy, I learn to control my holy energy too. I'm going to use my holy energy to force you off, my friend. Ah!
Nyah! 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 Oh, value joy!
I think it's like I'm falling off. Slash. Boom. The Demon King.
Neil! My God!
Thunderclouds roll in. Sorry, Neil. I have plans for this one. Demon King? That's the Demon King? You didn't know? Me and Jesse have never met the Demon King before. Your friend is going to be the first human to become a demon.
My lad, wait, goes.
I won't let you! Try and stop me.
La la la!
Which is no, no, no in demon.
La 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 la!
So whatever that he's doing, the demon doesn't like this. Black flames start wrapping around Mike. Ah! Stop right there, Neil. Sends out this worm demon. That's a cool move. Just jump back, slash. Mike completely engulfed in the black flames, and oh my god. Boom. What did you do to him? Instant transformation. Die! Oh. This new demon gets in the way. Will you kill me? Mike! Wrong. I am not Mike Olive anymore. I am the Demon Prince. Take care, Neil. Disappears off into the sky. The rain comes in. Damn, Demon King. Damn you! Damn you! Then we have our fan art contest. Mentioned a few issues earlier. We have the winners there. We got in 5th place, Robert the Turd Turton with this cat. I'll go on that in the commentary. 4th place, Henry D something. Couldn't spell it. We have this drawing of demonic Neil. So it looks better on there than it does here. Ray, however you spell his last name. Well, I put a lot of work into this. With Neil. And then Neil under a tree in the background. 2nd place, we have this drawing of Neil and Courtney by Kayla Howard. And then 1st place from Lucas Edwards is this drawing of the Demon King. At least his own take on him. I'll go into that too in the commentary. And then just this Christmas drawing in the back. Because this is around Christmas time when this issue came out. 2005, by the way. Let me mention at the top. This is a 2005 issue. Santa Jesse. Neil's an elf. Helper Santa girls. Courtney and Jessica. Then Reindeer Demonic. Next time on Hellgate. Battle 16, Love Me Like You Love Her. Neil is once again in one of D4.0's traps, but this time D4.0 may have gone way too far. How can Neil kill someone that loves him so much? The commentary here, of course. So this cover, I was actually trying to do something different here. So demonic energy is black, right? But I drew it blue here, and that actually kind of comes to bite me later because blue does have a special designation later, but we'll just ignore that. So this blue outline and this blue aura was actually me trying to mimic the look of Naraku in Inuyasha. I noticed that a lot of times he almost has this blue glow to him, and I just kind of trying to mimic that. But again, there was way more to it than just the color blue, right? It was also just, using a program other than Microsoft Paint, I think was my biggest downfall. But this was my first attempt to try to create a glow effect, but there's only so much you can do in Microsoft Paint in 2005. So this, my God, Neil faces a demon that just won't stay down because I forgot how to spell slain. A lot of this is me avoiding words I don't know how to spell. And then look at this, in doing so, period, he learned a new attack. Why would the sentence in there? I'm so glad I have editors now. Once again, we check in with Courtney, who's in her healing coma. As you can see, her hair is growing out more because she's not a natural black hair. She's actually a natural brunette. So I was actually showing that her brown hair roots are showing through the longer she stays hidden here. Then we have this funny little moment where Neil talks about how his dad used to eat flavor packets. That actually is roughly me attempting to draw my dad there. I remember my dad actually saw me drawing this, and he actually didn't like it because he was like, I don't do that. I'm like, well, that's not you. It's a character that looks like you. I've never done that, boy. What are you talking about? This expression right here is actually ripped right out of Rurouni Kenshin. This exchange here is a little awkward where we bring up Jesse's mom died from a demon back in like issue 6. Can we just talk about Jesse? Why did I put him in fish, like a mesh t-shirt? Such a weird shirt. But yeah, I have no idea. I think I just wanted to put Jesse in something interesting. God, it looks weird. But yeah, we have Mike here. So Mike actually did briefly appear in issue 6 in a scene where his car gets destroyed at the very beginning of the issue, but he's not really named. He is based off a friend of mine that I'd had since like kindergarten, who wanted to be in the series. And yeah, I did some interesting things with Mike, like his sketchy eyebrows was me trying something different. And we'll get to his Demon Prince design. And you can tell he's got this little demon latched to his neck. He beats the crap out of Jesse. That's not a fighting pose. That's just weird. I am glad I'm better at drawing now. And then we have this weird scene where the cats are just torching one of the other cats. I used the cats less and less as it went on, but I tried to keep them there, It's like we got these cute animals. I might as well make sure that they're present in the issues that they're going to be around in. But we have another case right here where I obviously had the frames in the wrong order when I originally drew it. You can tell by how weirdly these do not fit. And that is because I, once again, I would draw these as I go. I didn't have as detailed notes. In fact, I don't think I did any scripting at all back during this issue. I just picked up a paper and just started drawing. And so sometimes my mind would just forget to put frames in the right order. It may seem strange, but basically on the right side, I was planning for this to be a tall frame. So it'd be 1, 2 on the left, and then a tall frame on the right. But then I would decide after the fact to cut the tall frame into 2 frames, and then I would forget to account for that and the fact that we now had 4 frames that needed to be ordered differently. So I'd have to move them around in Microsoft Paint afterwards, and they don't really fit right. That happens a few times in these early issues. But this scene won't reuse. So this is flashing back to just before Neil left on the demon slaying trip. So this takes place just roughly after issue 4, before issue 5. And so that's why we can see Neil with slightly shorter hair and no glasses yet. But we see that Neil made a promise to Mike just before he left that they would both survive to see the end of this, which is a promise that Neil's going to have to deal with. Of course, I've talked about this, the demon language here. Birdie Cast. I mentioned this in the previous issue. I kept track of the fact that this castle, when it zoomed off last... when the castle zoomed off last issue, it hit a bird. So now that bird's back, but has a cast on. Just a weird little thing I included. And yeah, I just have the Demon King just thinking to himself in the demon language, and I went over what he was saying, basically. I like Jessica's I'm with stupid shirt, but it's pointing up to her face. And Neil's cute bunny shirt. You can see Neil has some cuts on him still from the last issue, because I keep track of scars and stuff like that. I was like, all right, Mike, you're here. What the fuck? And then they fight. I do like this here. I like that effect of the fist coming down. I think that's kind of cool. That still looks kind of neat. It's the first like fist fight I've shown in the series. Might be one of the only. Well, there's some fists later, but I think this is actually the first issue where I started shading in Neil's hair when he's in normal mode. Now that I think about it, I think I just did that on a whim. I liked how it looked, and I did it for the rest of the series. Yeah, Neil's basically just gonna force his holy energy into Mike to pop that demon off of there. And then boom, the Demon King just shows up. This is the first time we see the Demon King in action. The first time we see his sword, which will be a reoccurring sword. The first time a lot of the characters seeing the Demon King. And then, yeah, this shadowy, yeah, this looks really bad. This shading looks so bad, and it was such a pain. In fact, I even say right here, this shading is killing me. Yeah, I was just trying to show that it was darker out because the storm was rolling in. It had a nice atmosphere, but I don't know. It's just probably didn't need to go that dark, and it's much easier to do that digitally these days, and it looks better too. Here we see Neil like getting mad and almost mid-transformation to his demonic form. Like his eyes are darker, his teeth starting to point out. I really like this movement here where Neil's kind of having to duck back a bit while still slashing. I still think that looks pretty good. This looks like hot garbage down here. This whole area down here. But yeah, then we have the premiere of the Demon Prince. So we'll talk about this. One, it's designed all over the goddamn place. All over the goddamn place. Like I just threw stuff on there. There's no design philosophy, and I think it's his biggest weakness. So I was just like, let's put a dot here and some triangles over there and a band here, and we'll put a little lightning bolt on this cheek. We'll put some teardrops on this cheek, and we'll put like 3 horns coming off this cheek. And he's the one horn thing is cool though. I am cool with the one horn. I do like that look. And that's actually borrowed from the third Inuyasha movie in terms of design. There's a villain in that movie that has like a one horn. And there's actually one band on that. I'll say that now. And you can just keep that in mind. It's got this one black eye, which is actually more based off. That's actually inspired by Stargate Atlantis, which I was first getting into around that time, I believe. One of the characters gets like infected by the wraith, and like one of his eyes just turns pitch black. And that was kind of the inspiration for that. However, his armor here, kind of important. This here is this face in the middle is Fred. So the actual Mike that I went to school with in middle school, just randomly in art class, he made this piece of cardboard and put these little chunks of paper on it to make this face called Fred. And it was like his imaginary friend in middle school. And it was just something we all played along with. Yeah, one time I kidnapped Fred, and his mom came to my house to get it back and threatened to call the police. That was fun. It was weird. Middle school was weird. Anyway, I wasn't going to hurt him. Come on now. I'm not a monster. I just thought it was funny to take him. I don't even know how they knew I had it. Anyway, and then of course the markings on his neck, there's like markings left behind from where the demon was. I kind of like that. But yeah, I was just trying to be very unique with the design. Unfortunately, I forgot the first rule, which was I should probably have a design philosophy. Instead, I just kind of put whatever on a guy. So, but we'll be seeing quite a bit of the Demon Prince for the rest of the series. Or at least he'll be a presence. I'm at a Christmas party. That's true. I remember drawing this at a Christmas party for my stepmom's boss. Yeah, I remember sitting with other kids my age. This was high school for me, right? I was probably like a junior. Wait, Christmas of 2005. When did this come out, though? It's either a junior or a senior. Because if I made this in Christmas of 2005, then that was my senior year. But if I made this in Christmas of 2004 and it came out in 2005, then I was a junior. So somewhere in there. But I just remember sitting at a Christmas party. I believe the girl there was doing tarot readings. We were watching Van Wilder's Christmas or something. Just an extra room. And then the Demon King and Demon Prince peace out. Why did the fight not continue? I actually have a reason for that for once. And that will be more revealed later. Like I said, the Demon King's looking to make Neil explode with rage. You know, there will be a reason given for that later. So he's kind of toying with Neil. And yeah, then the rain comes. It's supposed to be like a rainbow. Art by hand is hard. And then we got these. So yeah, these were the fan art submissions. These were all of them, actually. I got 5 submissions, which is pretty great for high school. I mean, I could probably get more now, but yeah. So let's go over these. Robert Turton's cat. Obviously, some of these were kind of cheeky. I think Robert just kind of drew a cat and then tried to pass off as one of the cats in the comic. But whatever. I didn't have many entries, so I allowed it. Henry here, actually, interesting enough, I actually dated his sister in high school. He's trying to draw demonic Neil. Gave Neil this like shoulder harness, which Neil doesn't have, but I don't know. I'm fine with creativity. So this was definitely in good faith. He was trying to draw demonic Neil, so that was cool. Ray here is actually, if you read Gotta Make Fast Happen, this is C's older brother. I was actually friends with her older brother in high school. And this is actually a drawing of Neil taken from a couple issues prior. That was pretty cool. Kayla here, actually did not go to school with her. I did meet her after high school, though. She lives out in California. I met her back on Guy Online. And yeah, it looks like she made this in Microsoft Paint. And yeah, I loved this. This was really cool. Honestly, it probably should have been first, but we'll see later. It all worked out. And this is Lucas, first place. This is another case of I don't think he was actually, I think he just drew his own thing and then tried to pass it off as the Demon King. But what can I say? The dude had amazing eye for detail. Tedious detail that I probably can't even mimic now. I've talked about this guy before where like, we were both artists, but he was more quiet and laid back about, or like he was more shy about it and didn't really, trumpet around that he was an artist. Meanwhile, I'm drawing constantly and everyone knows I'm an artist. So like we'd be in the same class and teacher would be like, we need an artist to do something on the board real quick. And like, I'd be picked because everyone knew I could draw. And then Lucas would be mad at me because he was never picked. I was like, dude, you never bring up the fact that you're an artist. Like, no one knows. And I thought Lucas was better than me back then for sure. Like this detail's amazing, especially compared to what I could do back then. So, but if you remember the contest winners for this, the first, second place would get a role in. So if you remember, yeah, the prize for winning this fan art contest was you'd appear in an issue, and we will see that in a few issues. It was actually supposed to be like a starring role and a cameo, but it ended up being like 2 starring roles. That's why I'm not so worried about Kayla getting second, even though I honestly think she should have gotten first. I mean, it was my choice. I don't know why I'm acting like she was cheated. I would just make a different decision now. The important part is they both got starring roles in that issue. So look forward to that. And this Christmas drawing, which is something I kind of just did on my own for fun, and then I just decided to put in an issue. Then yeah, next time is 16, which has been, it's one of my favorite issues, 16. So I'm looking forward to doing that one. That was Battle 15, I Can't Kill You. This is Hellgate, Battle 16, Love Me Like You Love Her. Last time on Hellgate, Battle 15, I Can't Kill You, Neil's friend Mike Olive is possessed by a demon. Just as Neil's about to save his friend, the Demon King stepped in and fused the demon with Mike, and thus the Demon Prince was born. The Demon King and Prince left, leaving Neil cursing his name. So we start off with this view of Courtney. She's still healing in her coma from her major injury she suffered several issues ago. And we have our shower scene with Neil as he thinks of the past, his promise with Mike. A promise. Neither of us will die till every last demon is gone. And he thinks of the new demon prince. Will you kill me? Mike. Jesse and Jessica went to Amber's for the holiday. It's just me, Demonic, and Courtney. Courtney. Thinks back to the kiss she gave him and the mortal injury she suffered. Neil is off to the chair by Courtney's bed to sleep for the night, same as he does every night. Walks in the door, but... Courtney? But that's Courtney. Who? What? What's going on? Let me kill her, so we can be together. Noticing her strange eyes. Those eyes. Thinking back to issue 6 of Hellgate. You're a robot! The kind made by D 4.0. The kind that killed Jesse's mother. Stay away from her! Punch. Out the window. Into the snow. But when he looks out, she has disappeared. Gone. I'll look for it in the morning. The window, patched up. Probably not very well knowing him. And he sleeps. The next day. I thought you might be back. So what do you want? T 4.0 wants me to kill you. He hoped that if I looked and acted like Courtney, then you wouldn't be able to attack back. But I won't kill you. I feel like Courtney does. I love you. Gah? But if I can get rid of Courtney, then I can be Courtney, and then you can love me. That won't work. Sure it can. I feel the same thing she does. I look like her. I'm anatomically correct. Stop! You can't replace Courtney. I love her. I won't let you kill her. So if you don't want to kill me, leave. I see. I'll just go then. Take care. Da-doom! Ah! What's happening? The failsafe! Failsafe? It takes over my system to make sure I kill you. I can't control my body. Ah! I can't do a girl scream. I'm sorry. Her clothes and skin tear away. Her arm transforms. I didn't want you to see me like this. She raises her arm. Run! I can't control it! Crap. If I dodge the house, and Courtney will be hit. Get out of the way! Run!
Look out, Gordon! Haunted wolves up ahead! It's big ones!
Really? It fits so well I can't be mad. And I gotta leave it in because that's just amazing. Anyway. Boom. Neil! Why didn't you dodge? If I had moved, Courtney would have been killed. No, not again. Kill me. What? I love you. Please kill me before I kill you. I don't want you to die. Kill me before it's too late. No! Another shot fires off. I won't kill you. Why? Because you love me. I can see it in your eyes. The feelings you have are real. I couldn't kill you. I don't have eyes, just optical sensors. I'm not alive. Just destroy me. Say what you will, but those tears say you're alive, flesh and bone or not. Neil. Here goes another one. Huh? What are you doing? This is the only way. No! Courtney! Courtney! You called me Courtney. Yeah, Courtney Rosebud. No, a last name is one you are born with or marry into. If I could have a last name, it would be Jaeger. D 4.0. It uploaded its mind to the internet. It's hiding on Yule.com. Neil, would you do me one last favor? Anything. Kiss me, like you would kiss her. "5 days later. Let's go. We have a demon to slay." Next time on Hellgate, Battle 17, Going Digital. Neil, Jessica, and Jesse get inside the internet to chase after D4.0, but without the aid of an expert hacker, they don't stand a chance. And that was the issue. Commentary time. I was about to say like the title, but I guess that's how I usually end these videos. So we're not done yet. We got commentary to go. So I'll just start out with, this is one of my favorite issues of Hellgate. It's definitely aged more and more as the years go by for me, but I like the concept. I'm a sucker for heartwarming stories, for sad, tragic stories sometimes. And I still like some of the art in it. Some of it I think still, I don't know, I'm not gonna say it holds up, but I think it outclasses the art I was doing at the time, I guess I'll say. Once again, of course, if you're new here, this is another cover that was drawn by hand, then scanned and colored in Microsoft Paint using a mouse. I probably had a laser mouse by now at this point, hopefully. Not sure, though. And of course, now we know that the cover shows we have the real Courtney who's sleeping and her hair's growing out. You can see her roots growing out. And then you have this new robotic Courtney. You kind of see her robotic eyes there. And Neil stuck in the middle. Looks like this is a 2008. Kind of hard to read. It's very small. No, that can't be right. It's 06. There's no way it's 8. So yeah, it's a 2006 release. And I believe this is the first issue I made after graduating high school. I'm pretty sure. I think this came out the summer after I graduated high school. So once again, just like all the issues lately, we have a update on Courtney, kind of showing that her hair is growing out more and more. Got a shower scene with Neil. He's still got some wounds and scars from previous fights and some flashbacks about how he's feeling. You know, this is right after he fought the demon prince, who is his friend, his old best friend, Mike, who's been turned into a demon. I like the contents of the fridge here. We have Twist Soda, which is like Pepsi Twist. Twist Soda has seen a few times in the series. Root beer, which is a dog on it, so it's obviously like mug root beer. And then Ohio green tea, which is basically a play on Amazon green or Arizona green tea. Also, I like the idea that Neil braids his hair after a shower. I never show that before or since. He's thinking about what happened to Courtney. These are just cut and pasted from previous issues. Weird bit of narration. But yeah, then we have the idea of she's a robot, so her like pupils are square, and she's got these lines. That's kind of a mix of references there. The square pupils is actually a Futurama thing. All robots have square pupils in Futurama, and the lines connecting on all 4 directions to the pupil, that's actually a Dragon Ball GT thing. A character named General Rildo has that look, and I think other androids from his planet. That's a weird neckline. Oof, that's a weird neckline. Then we got Neil transforming. And what I like here is that his hair doesn't fully unbraid, so it looks a little weird in this frame. I was very particular about that. It wouldn't fully unbraid just from transforming, so he's got this weird hair going on there. He just decks her. And I made it snowing because I realized that I'd never showcased winter in the comic. So I was like, all right, this one takes place in winter, so there's snow. Completely forgetting the fact that this house that they're staying in while Courtney heals is in Florida. So yeah, this is unusual. Snow. Because they're on the Gulf Coast. So I guess it was just freaky weather patterns out here. So yeah, he puts a coat on. Also, I like how the trees are still, well, I mean, I guess they wouldn't lose their leaves typically because it's Florida, so I guess that part's right. But yeah, we got this conversation. Here we see an unfortunate part of Hellgate, which is talking head syndrome. We just have a conversation of just nothing but close-ups of face shots. But unfortunately, that was something that Hellgate suffered from. This transformation, interestingly enough, for the longest time, when I DeviantArt, right, the art sharing kind of social media website, for the longest time, I used to put up I used to put up some pages from Hellgate, not the whole issue because it wasn't really a good way to read comics. But I would put like my favorite pages up, and this was a page I put up here, this full shot of her transforming. It was my most favorited image for years until I drew a picture of a girl getting a wedgie, and then that one exploded in popularity until I was so emotionally defeated by that idea that I stopped using DeviantArt. Wedgie Lover 93 loved your photo. Can we see her using a toilet? Fucking no. Also, these lines, pretty proud of that. That's a very easy effect in Clip Studio Paint now. That was actually very tedious then. Yeah, I like her transforming. I like the way her arm slowly morphs into a cannon. Yeah, I like her design. I remember a friend calling her Hookerbot because she had boobs. It's like, rude. And yeah, so Neil's taking the... That's the other thing. Neil's like shifting back and forth between being transformed and letting his hair down, which I mean for a new reader could probably be confusing, but still him. Kind of not a fan of this. It's like the only way I show that he's getting hit is just by adding damage to him, but he's still just like standing up. Everything's headshots. Talking head syndrome. This was pretty ambitious. Her arm coming at the reader like that. That's pretty ambitious for me back then. Could do it better now, but you know, it's nice. It's nice to see a pose that's not as flat as the others. I actually had a reader argue with me on this, on him not wanting to kill her, because she was like, she's just a robot. It's stupid. It's like, I'm like, well, obviously, she's more than just a robot. No, she's not. She's just a machine. I'm like, I'm the author. I fucking decide how sentient she is. You're arguing with me when this is my universe. That shot of her blowing out half of her own head still, I think, looks pretty neat. Although I'd choose a different angle now because, you know, it also looks like she's just shooting behind her head. For if it wasn't for the shrapnel, you could probably say that. Also, it looks like her arm was not meant to bend that way. Look at that. Oof, no joint there. I was always really proud of this kiss here. Definitely better than the last kiss we saw in the series back in like issue 9 or 8. I think it was 8. Proportions are a little weird. Just got a tiny torso, but other than that, I like how it came out. Also, I had him like wipe away his face because like I was having him like get hit, and the way I show like internal damage is he's got like blood coming out of his nose and mouth. I didn't want him to like make out with blood coming out of him, so I had him like wipe his face first before going in for that kiss. And yeah, then we have her tombstone, Courtney Yeager, 2006. That's it. She was created and died in the same year. Of course, Jessica and Jesse have returned, and yeah, this leads directly into the next issue, Battle 17 going digital, which will be our next one. So there we go. Thank you for that, Redeem Gamer Boy. That was Battle 16, Love Me Like You Love Her. Battle 17 going digital. Last time on Hellgate, Battle 16, Love Me Like You Love Her. A robotic copy of Courtney created by D4.0 attacked Neil while the others were away, but the robotic copy admitted that it was in love with Neil. Neil was then unable to bring himself to destroy her. In order to keep from destroying Neil, the robot destroyed itself. The name on her grave, Courtney Yeager. Before it died, it told D4.0's location on Ugle.com. So yes, last time it was just Neil hanging out with Courtney, who is still in her healing coma after being heavily wounded by a demon, skewered through the stomach. D4.0, who's a little robotic demon, sent a Courtney robot copy to kill Neil, but the robot fell in love and instead destroyed itself. And she let him know that D4.0 is hiding his consciousness on the internet on Ugle.com. There we are. So first we have our view of there's Courtney still healing. We have Amber here. Gabby, Tracy, Timony, what is with you three? Don't you like the new cat? All three cats are all scared. Don't worry, Julia. I'm sure they'll warm up. Eventually. Meow. This big cat. What did Mother feed you? Now we cut to Southern Illinois University Computer Research Department. Here we meet Levi Welt, hacker. We know D4.0 is on Ugle. We will work together to pinpoint and delete him. I programmed avatars for you to control. You will use these virtual reality kits to control your avatars. VR kits? You'd be amazed what you can invent with no life and a government grant. Neil and Jesse, your avatars will be able to transform. Just use the passwords I told you earlier. Now let's get started. I'll get plugged in. Neil's all in a bad mood. Neil sure is in a foul mood. Flashback to earlier. Since I'm helping you with all this, you think you could get me a date with Jessica? Eep. Does Neil have some sort of personal vendetta against this demon? Levi! Bah! Let's get started. Yeah, right. Flashing back to the robot Courtney. Neil's just the thought of what she went through. Meanwhile, Jesse remembers how D4.0 was the one that got his mom killed. All right, you're going in. The visors turn on. Into cyberspace they go. Boom, avatars. And there's Jessica's. What the hell do you think you're doing? Fix it or I'll shove that computer so far up your ass the mouse will hang out of your mouth. Right. And then click. Just move the slider down on the breast size and zoop. Logging onto the net using Metscape. Ah. Oh boy, this is dated. And in they go. Now to Ugle. Damn. Levi's apparently looking directly at the binary of this webpage. We'll go into this in commentary. And D4.0 is infecting the database. Oh, look, there's just the database is being infected. You can tell by those little bits are darker. But why is it infecting at such a slow rate? We have a bigger problem. Oh, the infected data is coming at him. You have to fight through the infected data to get to the D4.0 at the core. I'll upload your weapons. Right. Got a little like text box. Boom, weapons uploaded. We got this full page like, boom, look at them just deleting data left and right. And then, boom, looks like D4.0 has a different body in cyberspace. Look at that thing. It's him. D 4.0. Gold! Honor! Their avatars transform. Neil goes in for a cut, but oh, they just got a shield. What the hell is that? A firewall. How obvious. I'm working on disabling it. Add some data to the digital Jaeger sword. There, I uploaded a program into your sword. You should be able to disable the firewall. Got it. Boom, cuts right through the firewall. And it gets deleted. Oh. You're going down. But, oh. He misses. Jesse misses too. They can't hit him. Jessica misses as well. We can't hit him. And then, oh, Jessica stabbed through the gut. And then Jessica, oh my God, she's deleted. Jessica, Jessica. Don't worry, she's okay. Because I didn't want to do anything that stupid. You die in the game, you die for... I'm tired of that. No. Her avatar was deleted. She takes off her helmet. What happened? You got deleted. Neil goes dark. And then boom. His avatar goes to its demonic form. Try to dodge this. Ugh. Still can't hit him. I just can't keep up with them. How can it move so fast if it's infecting at such a slow rate? Unless... I got it. The reason it can move so fast but infect slowly is because it's connected to the internet via a phone line. Now all I have to do is scan him. Scan, 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 scan. There, the number he's logged in with. Now I'll use a hacking program to place a call using every number in that area code. Got him! Oh no! Boom! Grabbed him by the neck. Listen closely, because I'm about to spell out your fate, and I'm not going to say it twice. Your robots destroyed Eureka and killed Jesse's mom, and your programming made Courtney Jaeger's life a living hell. For what you have done, I'm not going to slay you. No, that would end things too quickly. You will suffer. Levi has programmed a virus that will create an endless amount of pain. Unfathomable pain that will shoot through you till the day I decide to come slay you. Enjoy, you bastard. Jesse, deliver the virus! Boom. Delivered via sword. Dun, 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 dun. Now they're both doing it. It's so freaky. So, Neil, now do you think you could set me up with Jessica? I don't think that's a good idea. What? You think I'm not good enough? You shallow jerk. No, it's just... I'm a lesbian! Meanwhile, at a random house in the middle of nowhere, we can see D 4.0's physical body scorched out of the phone jack. And on the inside, screaming in pain. Next time on Hellgate, Battle 18, a peaceful day in the life of Lucas. Multiple demon attacks arouse the interest of the local media. Can Neil arrive in time to keep the demon from claiming its next victim? Okay, so let's talk about the cover. So for the first time, the title, Battle 17 Going Digital, is typed. You know, I typed it instead of... writing out by hand like these letters down here, and that was just supposed to be for this issue because this is the digital issue, but I ended up doing it from this issue forward. These avatars, so they're supposed to be like simple. The idea was like there's like a screen which where the two eyes kind of appear on, and they can like do different emotes and stuff like that. That was my idea for the avatars, that they were simple. I tried to create very because my line art in Microsoft Paint was always very jagged and all over the place because of the way I didn't have layers. So I'd make the line art and then I would color, and you'd cut into the line art as you're coloring because you couldn't do anything else. So I tried to go over and make all the line art uniform to give it like this cool like artificial feel. You know, you can look at Jesse's sword here. That didn't really come out. It'd be so easy to do now. I'm kind of, you know, it's kind of frustrating how easy this concept would be to pull off in Clip Studio Paint, but I had the tools that I had at the time. Okay, so as Amber Curtis, she's the nurse who's looking after Courtney. She has 3 cats. I've talked about these cats were based off my ex-girlfriends at the time. I think one of them I was actively dating at the time. I'm not sure. Timothy, Tracy, and Gabby. Over time, though, as I was making Hellgate, I entered other relationships. And as I did that, I would add more cats to Amber's repertoire. And so around this time, I started dating a girl named Julia. And her main trait was that she was very tall for a girl. She was like, I was taller than her, but if we sat down next to each other, she was taller because all her height is in her torso and mine's a lot in my legs. So when we're both sitting and my legs are no longer a factor, she was the taller one. So yeah. And so the idea is just that Amber got another cat while she was more cats, better comic. Oh, there's more coming. So the idea here is that Amber got this cat while she was visiting her mom in the last issue. And the other cats are scared of Giant Kitty. Levi Welt is based off someone I knew all through school. He was kind of a computer guy. He's the one who helped me first figure out how to use file sharing platforms like Kazaa so I could start downloading my own music. My first burnt CD I owned was actually one he burnt for me, with great music from like Limp Bizkit and NSYNC and Jennifer Lopez and the Digirap. That CD's all over the place. Southern Illinois University is actually somewhere I've been. I didn't attend there, but I had my great uncle used to work there. So that's what kind of gave me the idea to use that one. I love this. Like, oh, it's a VR kit. Whoa, a VR kit. Jesse's like unbelieving that such a thing exists. Which I just find it funny now because now we have things like we have PlayStation VR and Oculus Rift. But in 2000, when's this from? 2006? That's been late 2006. 2006? Yeah, I didn't. VR wasn't really a thing yet. At least wasn't to the point that I was making it look here with these like gloves that could like tell your every movement, stuff like that. Yeah, we're definitely getting closer to. We're pretty much there. We're pretty much there to the established Hellgate art style. It's less refined, obviously, because I'm better at drawing now. But this is it. This is how Neil is supposed to look. But he still has some wounds on him. The idea is you put the helmet on. These sick gamer helmets. Doop-a-doop-a-doo. Black background means flashback. This, I feel like, is a bit... so Jesse's mom died in issue 6. But we don't actually see her. Jesse just goes into the house, then comes back out and just says his mom's gone. This was supposed to be like Jesse's viewpoint of like what she. It's like it seems a little messed up to actually just show it. Honestly, it's in bad taste for me to kill off the mom of someone who's based off a real person in hindsight. But I was young. I didn't think about that kind of stuff. So here we have them diving into digital space. I love how there's binary everywhere. Their avatars. I talked about that when I talked about the cover, and then yeah. Because Levi's got a thing for Jessica, he kind of gives her way too big of boobs. And yeah, I also agree that's kind of funny. There's just a dedicated slider. Now you may say like, oh, that's how big they are, but what you probably can't see, there's little movement marks here. So he's already sliding them down at this point. I imagine they were maxed out before. Like up here, we were probably seeing them maxed out. There's also like different like buttons down here for different shapes. I don't know if he programmed this himself, but he probably did. Netscape. This is hilarious to me. Of course, if you don't know, if you're too young, Netscape was an early, very popular web browser. It's pretty much defunct now. Although I believe Firefox is a bit of a spiritual successor to it. I watched a video on it recently about how a lot of code from Netscape made its way into Firefox. But yeah, Netscape. And when they're in the data world, I use this gray background. So Again, I do find it funny that he's looking directly at the binary and realizing that it's infected by looking at ones and zeros. And yeah, you're right. The background is just Ugle.com over and over again. But again, like I'm working in Microsoft Paint, I don't have layers, so the words can't intersect anything I've already drawn. So like it's not evenly spaced. It's just so stupid. Whenever they talk, of course, I make a text bubble. Kind of interesting that this is the first time I used typed text for speech, which now is something I do with all my comics. But yeah, this one actually probably is pretty effects heavy. Like all this here where they're slashing, that's the spray can in Microsoft Paint added after. So there's a lot of post-production on this one that I usually didn't have on this comic. This very strange body for D4.0. Of course, they can transform as well. I should say, though, here in the middle, what gave me the idea for this issue is a song called Going Digital from the Digimon movie soundtrack. And I won't play it now because it won't be able to be put in my highlight and in the YouTube video. I'll play it after we're done here. Like this, like Levi's quick hacking has him like typing on a normal keyboard, and then he has like a half secondary keyboard off to the other side. He's like typing on two keyboards at the same time to hack super fast. Not very realistic. This deletion effect was just me going through with the selection. If I select an area, I could cut and paste. This is me just scribbling with the selection, so it grabs like a bunch of little chunks and just moving it around to make it look all deletey. Did the same thing with Jessica up here. I just kind of went around and just really used the selection tool to screw with that. Let's see, I lost my ruler. I had to draw these frames with the edge of a VHS tape. Yep, I remember that. I couldn't find the ruler that I used to draw straight lines with, so I just had a VHS tape that I was just laying down the paper and then using it as a straight edge to draw the lines for these frames. And this I like, so like Neil's eye shape here is similar to how it looks when he's in his demonic form, but he's not in his demonic form because he doesn't even have his sword out. He's still in his base form, but like mentally he's there. And that translates to the avatar he's playing as. And this idea is kind of ripped off from the Digimon movie. So the climax of the part of the Digimon movie is that they're getting a bunch of it's a similar thing. They're in the internet fighting a bad guy. They're getting a bunch of emails from people who are watching online, and it's slowing them down. But then he gets the idea that he'll forward all those emails to the bad guy, and that slows him down. So that's kind of my idea.
Look out, Gordon! Hotted boobs up ahead. It hits big ones.
Okay. You almost forgot to do that. Okay, thank you. The idea here is that the D4.0 is connected via a phone line. Dial-up is how he's connected to the internet, and the way Levi slows him down is by making a bunch of phone calls, dummy phone calls, using every phone line in that every phone number in that area code, thus slowing down D4.0's connection, slowing him down in the virtual space, allowing Neil to grab him and Jesse deliver the final blow. And this is where I first reveal that Jessica is gay. This, of course, I base this off the fact that the real Jessica came out as a lesbian. I thought that would make for an interesting character development or different character trait. So I just was like, yeah, no, this character you've seen this whole time, turns out she's a lesbian. And yeah, I think for the most part, I think I pulled her off pretty well. I didn't think much about, like how to properly portray someone like that. But I also never really, like, she's a lesbian, but it's always, it's a casual fact. It's not a focus. There's no just like, this is the lesbian. I'm the lesbian. It's just, by the way, this character is a lesbian. Moving on, I never put a spotlight on it in a way that exploits it, I think. But who knows? I'm sure, if someone has issue, they can always bring it up to me. I'd be happy to learn from that. And then, of course, we see this is how D4.0 was connected. He was, in some random house somewhere. And there he is, trapped in hell, basically, a virtual hell. I don't know how you go, all right, there's this evil computer virus and we need to make it feel pain. How do you program for pain? It's kind of weird, but And the next one is Battle 18, A Peaceful Day in the Life of Lucas, which I will talk more about that one when we get to that. But there we are. That is Battle 17 going digital. Thank you, Kirby, for that redeem. This is Hellgate, Battle 18, A Peaceful Day in the Life of Lucas. Last time on Hellgate, Battle 17 going digital, Neil and friends follow D4.0 onto the internet with the help of a hacker, Levi. Once they track him down, they are able to destroy his mind, leaving his body helpless. We once again check in with the comatose Courtney, this time with Gabby, hanging out on the bed with her. Aw, Gabby, have you made a friend?
Row! Scratch.
Gabby, what the hell? Row. Scary. Cutting away from that scene. See an alarm clock and click. And wouldn't that be interesting? And now it's 8 o'clock on this Monday morning. You're listening to 92.3 The Demon. The Demon. Huh. Lucas, fan art first place winner. 8:02. She'll be going to the cafe soon. Out the door he goes. Now he's outside an alley and some lady walks by. Kayla, fan art second place winner. Tonight, I'll kill you. Now we're at a cafe. Lucas reads the newspaper. Who's that kid in the corner? He's been reading the same paper for 3 days. Dunno, he appeared about the same time those demon attacks started. Why haven't the cops dealt with the demon yet? Rumors say they tried. The thing killed 2 cops. They say it's immortal. In the park tonight. You coming? What about the demon attacks? You don't really believe that stuff, do you? Well, I guess not. Good, I'll see you tonight. Perfect. That's when I'll strike. Now we cut to night. There they are. Just hanging out. You're not scared, are you? Maybe, just a little. I don't see any demons, do you? Well, no. Die! Boom. Slash. Ow. Rah! Ah! You stupid human. Demon? She's the demon? You think you could kill an immortal demon? You both shall die. Huh? She goes in for a strike. Of them? Nuval! Shoots at the energy dragon. Shock, shock, shock. And boom! Right through the gut of the demon. And she is absorbed into the sword. We got here just in time, didn't we, Neil? Neil? What the hell are you doing here? Trying to slay a demon. Idiot, only my Jaeger sword can do that. Bull! Go back to Eureka! Screw you! This could be a while. What the fuck? And this is Lucas's fan art submission of the Demon King. And this is Kayla's fan art submission of Neil and Courtney. There's a lot to unpack with this one. But next time on Hellgate, Battle 19, a new team. When a demon is able to disarm Neil, he is left helpless trying to get his sword back. But before he can, someone else takes the sword and is able to use it. Has Neil been replaced? Jaeger ink. Okay, so this is another... Rereading this back, this issue is even worse than I thought. This is another idea I had that was not well executed at all. So my idea I had here was I thought it would be interesting to have an issue where we take two characters who we don't know and we just kind of go through their daily life, and then it turns out, and I would try to lead the reader into thinking one was a demon, and then it would turn out that the other one was in fact a demon. And I thought it'd just be interesting to have a whole comic that was like just completely new characters, and then Neil shows up right at the end. That was my idea. The issue was, I didn't know how to write a story. Like I knew what events I want to happen, but for a story like this, you need more than events, and you need to know how to build the story up to its conclusion. This was a very, very abridged version of what, this feels like your typical episode of a TV drama, crime drama, whodunit and stuff like that. And there should have been more build-up, more character development, all that kind of stuff. Everything I was absolutely ill-equipped to write at the time. Also, I was just realizing that if this was your first issue, if you just grab this one, holy shit, this series looks like an absolute confusing mess. Like, who are these people? What is going on? This issue is a very big disservice to the whole series. But if you remember a few issues ago, there was a fan art contest. And the idea was the first place winner. I could have put anyone in the role of this main character who turns out to be someone who's trying to slay demons but can't. And the winner was Lucas. And then the second place winner was just supposed to be like in the background, but I ended up making them the other character, the demon. And actually I have right here some really cool, I'll show this off. I don't know if I ever put it in an issue. Probably a Heaven Gate issue. This is some fan art someone did of the demon from this issue. Not someone, it was Kay. Kay drew this. And I didn't know, in 2012, there's actually a signature on the back. I didn't know who she drew. And she felt like really offended by that. Like, wow, it's so bad you can't tell who it was. I'm like, no, the character I designed is so freaking bland that I just thought this was a crazy hot chick in purple, because that's all I designed. I didn't. And considering this character appears in one of my shortest and most boring issues, I just didn't think of her. Yeah, this is amazing. This is great. This is way better than I've ever drawn her. I love Kay's art so much. Anyway, so getting into some more minute. So I'm still kind of proud of this cover, at least in the context of when I made it. Like, look, it's like a full like city background. Pretty simple. I was still making it in Microsoft Paint, but. Also, this is the first issue. As I mentioned last time, I typed out the battle title. Oh, let's switch this over, shall we? There we go. I typed over the battle thing last time because it was the going digital issue, so I thought it was cool. But I liked how it looks so well that it's now how I do it ever since. So now we still have the typed title instead of me hand drawing it in Microsoft Paint. And for the first time, we have the Hellgate logo typed. It is also when I established the font that is the de facto font of Hellgate, which is called Cooper Plate Gothic Bold. That is the official Hellgate font. I think it's Cooper Plate or Copper Plate Gothic Bold. As you see here, like before, it was always hand drawn. But so once again, I'm checking in with Courtney. Now, I kind of felt the need to have a scene because, this issue takes place away from the cottage where Courtney's recovering. So instead of just having a quick one image showing an update on her condition, basically showing how her hair keeps growing out, add a little scene here. And this was more just a scene of Gabby's the crazy grumpy one. And this actually will be referenced later. Yeah, so then we start with Lucas. Again, I have a problem with nothing but close-ups. What am I establishing here? Nothing. But yeah, he's just like, oh, demon, ha ha ha. So this is all supposed to be like it's supposed to be leading you to the idea that Lucas is the demon, because he's like, that's not a demon, I'm a demon. You know, he doesn't go that far, but you're supposed to kind of imply that. And the fact that he's following this girl around and that he wants to kill her and stuff like that. Then we have this quick cafe scene where we establish that Lucas has been following this girl for a while and that he keeps reading the same newspaper and that there's demon attacks. And then this girl convincing this other girl to go with her to a park at night. Could have established, that's the other thing, I could establish why she would want to go to the park at night, like what's her excuse for that, stuff like that. I could have even had a cold opening scene in which someone is in the park at night and they get killed, but we don't see who kills them. That would have been good to add. What I do like is this is, I believe, the first time that I show what happens if you injure a demon, but you don't have the Jaeger sword. You just, what's it mean to be immortal, you know? What happens if you're cut in half? You know, because immortality can have different rules in different stories, right? Sometimes it's like, well, I'll never grow old and die, I'll never get sick, but you can still, you know, blow me up. Here I establish, yeah, any wound that is not caused by the Jaeger sword will immediately heal, even if it's a slash that almost takes off the entire arm. And then she transforms into her demon form, which is, I don't know what the design element here is, just in skimpier clothes, and she's got nails. And then right before she's about to attack, we have Neil with suddenly our hero shows up and uses the energy dragon. Although I forgot her facial markings on this last frame of hers. Like, I established she has facial markings here, and then I just forget to add them there. And then the other thing that really doesn't work is I was trying to imply that Lucas is a friend of Neil's from back in Eureka, and that Lucas basically thought that he could take things in his own hands and went out traveling the country. Possibly he's jealous of Neil. But I don't know that I do the best job here. I just make it look like they already know each other. But I don't know that I go into enough detail to make it clear what that's about. You know, some people may be confused and think that this is a character they should already know about, you know. This issue could easily have led you to think that, you know. And this is Lucas's fan art, and I talked about this before when it appeared in the issue when I announced the winners in a previous issue. Honestly, I don't think Lucas actually drew the Demon King here. I think he just drew this and then tried to pass off as a Demon King, but it's well done. He had a knack for little details that I definitely didn't have, but I didn't feel it call him a liar to his face. But I really did like this one. You can definitely tell this was definitely Kayla's. Kayla did this, I think, in MS Paint, and she had been a fan of the series since very early on. She's one of the few people I can say still is a fan. She still will get back to me when a new Heaven Gate comes out. And it won't be the last time we'll see fan art from her. Then we have the preview for the next issue, a new team. Of course, we'll have to see what happens next time, but it kind of looks like the implication I'm trying to give off here is that there might be a new set of characters taking over. But yeah, that is Hellgate, Battle 18, A Peaceful Day in the Life of Lucas. Thank you for that, Redeem. All right, this is Battle 19, a new team. Looks like it's from 2006. Can't tell if it's a 6 or an 8. It's kind of pixelated. I think 6. Yeah, it's just... Yeah, oh god, it's not 8. That's way too late. Yeah, it's 2006. So it's still... I've graduated high school at this point, but we're still in that same year. All right, last time on Hellgate, Battle 18, A Peaceful Day in the Life of Lucas. In a city with a demon problem, Lucas attempts to slay a demon, but he quickly learns that only the Jaeger sword can do that. Thankfully, Neil arrives just in time. So yeah, last time was that weird issue that just follows two unknown characters, Lucas and Kayla. So it turns out Kayla was a demon. Lucas is a guy who thinks he can slay demons. He can't. Neil shows up. Check out the last video for that and all of its missed potential. So first we start again with our per issue check-in on Courtney. She still got the scratch on her cheek from the cat last time. We see Neil's Jaeger sword just in the dirt. Jessica and Jesse looking on. And then here's Neil facing down a demon. It's hard to tell, but they are surrounded by flames. As long as your sword is on the other side of my mystic flames, your energies are cut off, which means no transforming and no summoning your sword like you did back at ERC. Then I'll just... No! If you touch the Jaeger sword, it will burn you. Only a Jaeger can touch the sword. How do you know that? Has anyone tried? It's just something Demonic told me, that's all. Damn. Neil's really sweating. This isn't good. But, meanwhile, elsewhere... Damn! Looks like this girl's cornered by two creeps. I'm trapped. Take a look at her. She'll be fun. I can tell you have a nice body under those clothes. Stop right there. Sorry, let me get that voice right. Stop right there. Who says? My name's DJ. Just call me Sergeant. You think you're a hero? You think you can take me? Boom, punch in the gut. Boom, punch in the face. That's actually, I like that punch in the face there. It's not bad. Bastard! Oh, DJ got him in the ghibli bits. Wow. That should do it. You okay? That voice is still wrong, but I'll refine it. I'm fine. My name's Sammy. I'm Brian. And this is DJ. Yo. So what are you doing around here? I'm looking for a kid named Neil. Neil Jaeger? Yeah, why? Me and DJ are looking for him too. We've been on the bus here, so we decided to search together. Care to join us? Yeah, okay. Some time passes. Just walking through the streets. So we know he's staying in a house outside of town. But which direction? Oh, look, it's Amber. Now let's see. Jessica might like these apples. Hey there. You're cute for a colored girl. Colored? Why don't you let me take a peek under that tube top? No. Why don't you let her be? Why should I? Because what you're doing is wrong. Why don't you mind your own? Throws in a punch and uppercut. Wow. You're going to pay for messing up our friend. Oh, more thugs. Town's full of thugs. Not good. Need some help? Oh, Brian gets him in a headlock and punch in the face. You're going down, G.I. jerk. Oh, punch in the back. That looks fatal, actually. That doesn't look like... That looks like lifelong paralyzation. I'm sure he's fine. Oh, man. That is DJ's signature move, apparently. The pop is the worrying, but the pop sound effect is very worrying for a kick in the groin. Ouch. Sure have been a lot of pervs since the Fun Boy Porn Mag convention came to town. Oh no, I'm late. I hope Neil won't worry. Did you say Neil? Oh, you guys looking for Neil too. Everyone's looking for Neil. Meanwhile, back at the Circle of Fire. Oh, Neil's trying hand-to-hand uppercut. Punch, nothing works. Ha! Damn it. Gah! Oh, stabbed in the arm. Neil! I've got to think of something. Hand reaches out and grabs the sword. Die, Jaeger! Shoom.
Damn!
Who? Oh my god, Sergeant Brian! How?
His hair changed from brown to orange. He can transform too? Who is he?
Brother!
Brother? He has a brother? I had no idea.
Sergeant First Class Brian Yeager. Still kind of love that entrance.
Like I care.
So angry. Boom. Catch the punch and oh. That's gone. That's a slaying. The demon absorbed. The flames disappear. And here's a little author note from me. Looks like I got some short hair here. Before, DJ, Sammy, Alex, and Amber could not see Jesse and Jessica and vice versa. They were on different sides of the fire, but now that the fire is gone, they can see each other. So I got a little diagram here. And I'll go into that in commentary.
Brother? Sis? Hey, Jess. Hi, Jesse.
So it seems they all know each other. Well, little Jesse and his sister moment. So what are you going to do once this is all over? Finally finished 8th grade. That's not what I mean. Now that Mom's gone, where will you live? I don't know. I try not to think about it. Well, then it's settled. You'll stay with me. Okay? Awesome. God, I got the same creepy smile. Creepy. Meanwhile, someone's lighting up over here.
Want one? No, thanks. I quit. Really? Why?
No smoking on this trip. A little flashback here. No reason. And we cut to Courtney. Sister, it's me, Alex. You're going to be okay. Right? And then we got this scene here. Here you go, little bro. This is yours. Thanks. But you're much better at using it than me. I've heard you've done some pretty amazing things. I'm proud. Really? Yeah. Now I just need to get you a regulation haircut. Do it and die. Next time on Hellgate. Battle 20, Catastrophe. A demon with a strange power attacks Neil and his friends, and now none of them can fight. So it's up to 4 cats to come to the rescue and get Neil and the others back to normal. This comic's fucking wild. All right, commentary time. So we got this cover here. I remember I was actually going to originally name this comic like Brother or something like that, but I got the idea that I kind of wanted to do a fake out where it would kind of look like maybe like I was replacing everyone. So this probably doesn't make sense if you've only checked this out here, even on my website these days. But there used to be posters that would go out. I would hand them out to people who were subscribed, and there was 2 of them at this point. One for when the series started, one for the Blue Flame issue started, that basically had the same setup you see here on this cover. Neil in the middle holding up the sword with Jessica, Jesse, and Courtney and Demonic, all on a black background. So this is mimicking that lineup. So that I was trying to do a fake out here where you thought, like, who's this guy? Oh, is he replacing Neil? That's strange. One thing the line art is so light here. It's so dim. Like, I don't know, I just need to push harder down on the pencil, I guess. I don't know, it just came out very not, yeah. I don't know why that is. Or I could have messed with the levels if I knew what that even was at the time. I doubt I did. I don't think I learned levels and stuff till college. But yeah, this very, very kind of hard to read. But yeah, this is kind of a cold open. We start, Neil's already in the middle of a fight. You know, you're not missing anything. There wasn't something in the previous issue. This is just, Neil's trapped and away from his sword. This line here that only a Jaeger can touch a sword. So that's kind of my bad that that's not been introduced yet. That's always been the idea. But if I was to rewrite Hellgate, I probably would have included a scene at the very beginning when they open the Hellgate where Jesse touches the sword and gets his hand burned. But I didn't think to have any scenes like that, so it wasn't until like right now. I mean, honestly, I could have even had Jesse run up and try to touch the sword now. I don't know why I didn't do that. Jesse should have just tried right now, and then I could have shown it that way. But instead, I just have Neil be like, "Oh yeah, Demon told me only I can touch the sword, so don't touch it. Come on, guys, don't do it." Then we cut to our new characters here. First, we have Sammy, Jesse's sister. And yeah, so all the thugs are like really perverted. No one's just trying to mug anyone for money. It's just all sexual assault. It was just like the worst thing I could think of back then as a threat. So feels weird now. Just feels like a weird plot point. And I'll get to like my explanation to it also. We get an introduction to DJ, Jessica's little brother, and Sergeant Brian Jaeger, who's based on my own older brother. I actually have a brother who was Sergeant First Class at the time. He's retired now. His name's Brian. And he's my half brother. And most of my friends don't know I have a brother because we never lived together. You know, I've seen him. I see him every few years. He lives in another state. He's much older than me. He was like, I think he was 18 when I was born. But I decided to base a character off him. I thought it'd be fun to have another character who could wield the sword. So yeah, then we have a run to Amber, and Amber runs into another pervy racist guy, and they beat him up. And then I introduce Alex, Courtney's older brother. And then there's this line here. Sure have been a lot of pervs since the Fun Boy Porn Mag convention came to town. So, okay. Whole thing about me. So now I'm pro sex work and all that stuff. I have no issues with porn. I think legal prostitution is, if that's what you want to do, awesome. I find their lives fascinating. All that junk. That I was not always like this. I used to have this very strict, narrow view of sexuality, and it came from just not being able to deal with, horny feelings inside myself, basically, and projecting that out on the world. And so this was my little line. I was like, well, it's because there's a porn convention in town. It's bringing all the perverts and rapists into town. It's such fucking Puritan bullshit. But that's how my mind worked when I was a kid. Or I guess I was 18 at this point. And like, I'll tell you right now, it's not like I wasn't looking at porn at the time. That's your fucking secret right there. Anyone who's just like really anti-porn, they're probably still looking at it. How many times have we had these politicians who have just been like, I hate the gays, and then next thing you know, he's caught getting hand jobs at the airport bathroom, So, yeah, so that was my explanation there. And it wasn't until a year, as with anything, right? Get to know people who are on that other side, and you'll come to see them as people, right? It was through like Twitter and Tumblr and like, it's like, I'm gonna follow this chick because she's in porn and there'll be hot pictures, but porn's not okay and stuff like that. You should wait till marriage, stuff like that, blah 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 blah. But then they're just posting about their life, and I just like, these aren't damaged people, these aren't bad people. These are just people who are just like really open about their sexuality and are doing a job they love. So that's my little spiel about that. But yeah, so they all realize they're all looking for Neil, including this new guy. Got some in between frame messages here. I did not sleep last night. I guess I had not slept that night. And then, okay, I took a nap. Apparently I took a nap at that point. But yeah, we got this fight. Neil fighting unarmed. He doesn't have his extra strength, his extra speed. He really does not have a chance against this demon. But then that hand, like, not bad. Like, not bad at all. Look at that fucking hand. The hand grabbing's a little off, but the hand reaching out, not bad. And then we have our reveal of Brian. So again, I mentioned, and you can see on the cover, his hair does not turn gold. His eyes do not turn blue. His eyes turn yellow. And his hair turns orange. And so this was kind of pushing back against the criticism I got that Neil was just going Super Saiyan. And I've admitted like that was the original inspiration of why Neil's hair turns gold and eyes turn blue. But I wanted to differentiate it by, I got the idea that anyone who used the sword got a different color combination. And we'll see that going forward when we finally see Neil's ancestor in a comic. So Brian's hair turns orange, his eyes turn gold. I still like this. He's a little off model here. It's not how I draw him now, but I still like that. Just confident strut, declaring his full rank. And he takes out the demon. And yeah, like, obviously I regret this, where I'm just explaining where everyone was positioned with a diagram and a text bubble from me, myself. But yeah, so this is a tell, don't show. I mean, I'm kind of showing it, but obviously, you know, the better way to do this would just to have drawn the full scene at an angle where you could see both parties with the fire in between them, instead of just doing this overhead diagram and doing everything in headshots like I always do. And of course, here's a drawing of me at the time, and it looks like I had short hair. So yeah, this is, I remember I shaved my head bald after high school, so this is my hair still growing back from that head shaving. Because I had a ponytail in high school before I graduated. Got a little scene between Jesse and Sam about their mom passing. This I had not read before, that Jessica used to be a smoker, but Neil told her she couldn't smoke on the trip. And then Alex is just worried about his comatose sister. And then, okay, so this I don't like either. So this kind of starts something that will be brought up later, is Neil's insecurity in terms of him being the Demon Slayer, now that he realizes that his big, strong brother could be the Demon Slayer. And Brian was supposed to, like, at least for the moment, give Neil like a reassurance that you know, like, hey, you know, you've done some amazing things so far, don't sell yourself short. But it doesn't really come through, because Neil's like, but you're much better at using it than me. And Brian's like, I heard you've done some pretty amazing things, I'm proud. Like, that's not really, that's not worded well. It could have been like, I wouldn't say that, I only just got the thing and you've already done some pretty amazing things with it, you know? It just would have read better that way, that he's actually reassuring Neil. And yeah. And next is issue 20. Catastrophe. All right. And that is Battle 19, a new team. Thank you for that, Redeem Kirby. This is Hellgate Battle 20 Catastrophe Uncut. I think I'll explain that during the commentary section. But there's a reason why it says that. So there we go. There's our cover. Last time on Hellgate, Battle 19, a new team, Neil was trapped and away from his sword, but luckily his older brother came by and slayed the demon for him. Jesse, Jessica, and Courtney's siblings stopped by as well. So first we have... Okay, so first we start, of course, with our catch up on Courtney, who's still in her healing coma. Then we got two kitties, one yawning, and then there's Jessica. Things have been quiet since DJ and them left. And that is our fearless leader. Yeah? I have got to do something to whip him into shape. You booger. That's it. Me and you are going to spar. You'll be killed. But you can't transform. I'll be killed. More yawning. And a couple of kitties sleeping. Now we're back outside. And Jessica's ready to fight. And why don't I get a weapon? This should be interesting. Everyone's here. Even the kitties came to watch.
Ah! I'm gonna die!
This is perfect. Jaeger, I will get revenge for my brother. Behold, I am the demon Tomcat.
Are you sure you're a demon? Ow, 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 ow.
Of course I'm a demon. Now, Jaeger, you will pay for slaying Peepers Tom, my brother.
Brother? Peepers Tom?
That's the bastard that peeped on me in the shower.
I remember him. He could transform into anything he saw. Flashback to when Peepers Tom turned into a nude Jessica.
Bam!
Ow! What was that for? Courtney took my glasses before I saw anything. Pervert. Note from me, the author, Jesse now wears contacts for just that reason. Alright then.
Neo transforms. All I have to do is shoot him with this gun. Gah! I forgot to charge it. That's okay. It will just take a little longer to take effect. Neo goes in. The gun fires. Boom! Blast hits Neil. And also the charge jumps to the cats. And everyone else, everyone gets hit by this beam. Nothing happened. Everyone okay?
I think so.
I'm okay.
Meow. Huh? He's gone. Weird. And now it's nighttime. Looks like the kitties are all sleeping out in the yard. Neil sleeps in the chair next to Courtney's bed. Jesse, Jessica, Amber, all sleeping. And then the next morning comes. Oh. I'm a cat. What the hell? Why am I a cat? What's going on? Wait. The beam. Oh, flashback to the beam. Must have been that demon Tomcat. But what about the others? Were they hit? They were hit too. Boom, boom, boom. Amber, Jesse, Jessica. You guys too? The only one that's still human is Courtney, but she's in a healing coma. What about your cats, Amber? What do you mean? They were hit by the beam too. Oh, hey, that's right. I hope they're okay. Well, let's go check on them. Here's a reveal. Ba-ba-boom! Kitty cat nosebleeds. Damn. Sweet. Jesse, that's sick. What? They're a different species. How do you mean? They're cats! I'm a cat. Can you use the sword? Neil reaches into the invisible sheath. Damn. I can't get a hold of it without thumbs. What are we going to do? If the beam turned the cats into people, maybe it can change us back. We're going to need a plan. Got Neil and Jesse hiding in a treetop. Amber and Jessica into bushes. And the cats also hanging out. Meow. They should have turned into cats by now. Then look at the catnip. They poured catnip all over them. Oh, they smell the catnip. Wow!
Ah! Good thing I charged it. Neil and Jesse jump out, and the gun fires again. Oh, that's a 2-pager, and boom! Once again, the beam hits everybody. We got Timony changing back into a cat. Tracy changing back into a cat. Gabby changing back into a cat. Julia changing back into a cat. Neil changing back to human. Jesse changing back to human. Jessica changing back to human. And Amber changing back to human. I'm nude! But that means Amber and Jessica will be naked too. Head turn and leaf bikinis. Ta-da! They moved fast. Oh my! It's so small! Don't tease. At least I'm not alone. Neil's naked too. Did you say something? God, not fair. Well, what about the cats? They're in a catnip coma. Lonely flames. Damn, I turned them back to normal. I'll have to shoot them again. Oh. It's out of power. Neil goes in with a thrust and stabbed. Damn. Explain, how are you and Peepers Tom brothers? Originally, demons could have children and die. Me and Peepers Tom had the same mother. It wasn't until God sent us to hell that we lost the ability to have kids and became immortal. How little you know. Absorbed into the sword. Phew. Everyone okay? Meow. We're fine. I'm still naked. Meow. Author explains Neil's clothes. Whenever Neil pulls out the Jaeger sword, his clothes change to his uniform. This was set up by Demonic. His clothes then change back when he puts the sword away. Explains why he had clothes in this. He suddenly had clothes when Jesse didn't. But then here's just some extra art I drew. I think it was around Halloween. And it's Amber, Jesse, and Jessica. If they could transform. And Neil feels like he's being mocked. Next time... Oh, not that. Hello. Where'd that come out? Next time on Hellgate Battle 21, Jaeger and the Origin of the Gem, we look back on when the gem was first created and see a secret that may mean life or death for Neil or the demons. I forgot to mention this is looks like a 2006 release. This was after high school, but before I started college. All right, so this cover, kind of bland. I think I originally imagined the cats like jumping towards the reader, but I did not have the artistic ability to draw cats jumping into the foreground. Oof. But it's so bland with them just jumping to the side. And also, you see Neil's transformed as a cat here on the cover. I never meant for him to transform. I just thought it looked more interesting, so I thought it'd be fun to put that on the cover, even though he doesn't actually transform as a cat. Uncut. So, as I mentioned before, the cats in Hellgate were based off my exes, except for the cat of Julia, because when I made this comic, me and Julia were still dating. I thought it would be fine, and I'll jump ahead real quick and then I'll come back. I thought it would be fine because of how I portrayed the nudity. As you notice, here's a good example. I didn't detail anything, right? You can't see, there's no genitals, there's no nipples. And the inspiration for this was a manga I love called Love Hina, which has a lot of nude situations for comedic effect, but it's never explicit. You know, you might see quite a bit of them, but the artist never adds the nipples in, it never adds genitalia in. And that's what I was going for here. It's like, they're naked, but I'm not going to give you the full details, right? And I thought that would be fine. I didn't think anyone would have an issue with that. But I kind of ran it by a couple of the girls in this, one being Gabby and Julia. And they both took issue with it, which is not surprising. I don't know what I was thinking. The older you get, the better you get at understanding people have different mental worlds and different feelings about things. But so for a while, for many years, there were two versions of this comic, cut and uncut. And basically, I was allowed to show women the uncut version, but male readers had to see the cut version. And the cut version, all I did was paint swimsuits onto all of the nude women characters, like a gray one piece. Kind of like how a lot of anime that was brought over and then directed at kids, they would paint swimsuits onto characters. If they were like taking a bath or something, they would just paint straps on them. So there was a cut version, but it's been many years now. The art's old. I stopped putting out the cut version because I think it's just chicken scratches now, And now I would not do this without clearing it with anyone involved. To give you an example, now I'm doing, nude artwork for my Patreon, and some of the characters I'm drawing are from my comic. And if the character is very recently directly based off a real person, I went to them first before I even started doing these. Like, hey, are you comfortable with me drawing these characters, like in artistic nudes? And I got quite a few no's. So you'll never see an artistic nude of Blue Amethyst, Lower Depth, Angel Grove, or Kelsey Schiffer. Those characters are off limits, which is fair. Rock Danger said yes, though. So there's that. Anyway, going back through this. So I made sure to show the cats more. I don't know if I'd showed the cats really enough so far. But since this comic had so much to do with the cats, I just kind of started this opening scene. We're showing, the cats are around. And the first big thing here is this big close-up of Jessica's face. I remember this big window here was supposed to be Jessica going in with like a swing, but I couldn't get the pose right. So I just drew like a close-up of her face, which is so dumb. Like, you don't need all of that space on the page for a face close-up. Didn't work out at all. Tomcat is identical to Peeper's Tom, except his antenna spiral down instead of spiraling up. And he wears like this shoulder piece that looks a lot like the extra shoulder piece on the Green Ranger from Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. And he's got this weird gun that turns people into cats. And are you sure you're a demon? Of course I'm a demon. That actually mimics the conversation they had with Peeper's Tom. And yeah, I felt the need to explain here, like when Jesse's like, but I didn't even have my glasses then. I didn't get to see you naked, which is true. But I also thought it was weird that he doesn't have glasses anymore. So I just felt I needed to explain. So I drew a picture of myself. Yeah, I could sell. Yep. I got the short hair. This is after high school when I first shaved my head after my first ponytail. Thought I need to explain why Jesse has contacts now. And yeah, the idea when the gun is only a little charged, it will work, but it will only, it will take a while to work. If it's fully charged, it'll work immediately. And if it's not charged at all, it won't work at all. 2-page spread to show it's moving, but oof, I don't like the construction here. I just didn't know how to draw a big scene like this, No one's really proportioned the right way for where they are. Amber and Jesse look like they're floating, like they're not standing on the ground. But hey, look at these big leaves on this bush in the middle. That was me planning ahead. I wanted to explain why later Jessica and Amber can make a leaf bikini, because this bush has giant leaves for some reason. I remember originally I had Jessica's shirt up here, like it was like up to her waist, and it was like a big booty shot, but it felt too gratuitous and I took it out, which is kind of funny thinking of what else we see in this comic. And yeah, they all get turned into cats. Not much to say about that. I'm not the biggest fan of how these cats look. I didn't learn how to draw cats well until many years later. Yeah, but I talked about this. I do like this shot of this paw. I think that paw still looks good, of him like reaching in, trying to grab his sword, but he can't because he can't grasp with his paw. I do think this joke is kind of funny where Jesse's like attracted to the cats now. And he's like, that's fucked up, man. They're a different species. They're cats. He's like, but I'm a cat. I think it's fine. The catnip plan, and then they all lunge. What I don't like is like, okay, so you look here, they're lunging, right? And then immediately they're just sitting normal. That's dumb. This is, I mean, I can't believe I spent 2 pages just showing them slowly change back like Animorphs. Reminds me of something I would have drawn in like middle school, where I just draw the same thing happen to characters over the course. So it's weird how these like frames are all like, was I using the side of a cassette tape again? Why are these frames like all jumbled? This is interesting. So once again, I did the inversion technique here. Somehow I must have found a way to do it better than I had. I don't know how. I'm pretty sure this was still Microsoft Paint, but I must have found a way to do it better than I had in the early issues. But if you look closely, you can see right here, there's an eye. That was me writing down as I made the page. I put an eye there to allow myself to invert that frame, and then I didn't get rid of that. I wrote it very lightly, but it still showed up. The leaf bikini is actually another throwback to Love Hina. There was a moment in Love Hina, they were on a desert island. This one girl, a couple of these girls' clothes were eaten away by bugs or something. And so they fashioned bikinis out of the leaves. Or no, I don't remember why they lost their clothes, but I think the bugs went at the leaves. Accidental nudity was a big driving factor in that comics comedy. Yeah, and he explains that him and Peepers Tom are brothers. And this author explains thing. It's because, again, you know, I didn't have the most dedicated readership back then. A lot of people couldn't keep track of plot points like why he would suddenly have clothes. So I started adding these author explains things to just remind people on stuff that they may not have read for years. So I think we see a few more, but I don't think I did it for too long. And yeah. Next time is Battle 21, so. That was Battle 20, Catastrophe, Uncut. Thank you for that, Redeem. Kirby. I'll go ahead and get started. This is Hellgate Battle 21, Jaeger and the Origin of the Gem. This is from 2007. Came out at the very beginning of 2007, I think in January. Last time on Hellgate Battle 20 Catastrophe, the brother of Peepers Tom, Tomcat, appears and turns Neil and friends into cats. Neil not capitalized for some reason. Cool. Luckily, he also turned the 4 cats into people. After careful playing, they were able to turn back to normal and slay the demon, but now before, there's a typo, but not before the demon revealed that there was a time where demons were not immortal. So, we start with another check-in on Courtney, who's still in her healing coma. And we actually do finally get to see Demonic doing the healing there. And then this is kind of Demonic's dream of the past. 2,000 years ago, Europe. Got a small village. It's a demon! What's the rush? Shoots out a fireball. Hits home. What about the promise with the old man? Oh. All right, then. Hey, demon! The fight is over here. Hi. Oh, who's this guy? Reaches into the invisible pocket space at his side and pulls out the Jaeger sword. And transforms. Who is he? His hair changed from brown to blue. Another demon? Who will save our village? Jaeger, the demon slayer. I see. So you're the demon slayer, the only one who can slay demons. The one rumored to be sent by God. Well, I will not die so easily. shoots out a fireball. Jaeger dodges, seems to land on the demon's tusk. Oh, thank you for that, Kitsune. I apologize to those of you watching on YouTube in the future. There we go. And stabs the demon right through the head. And the demon is absorbed into the sword. Yeah! Hey, old man, I slayed the demon. I held my part of the deal. Now, where is that beautiful virgin daughter you said I could bed with? Well, that's a problem. What are you talking about, old man? She was killed while you were sitting on your butt. Crap. Let me see. There's the hot chick there under the rubble. What about the horse? You want to screw my horse? That's pretty messed up. No, I do not want to screw your horse. Die. Oh, that guy's dead. He thought you wanted to screw his horse, and now he's dead. And that night. And then, but there's a beam of light that seems to be hitting Demonic. Demonic comes to. Jaeger! Jaeger! What is it? We gotta go! The next morning. Jaeger's now running on foot. Care to explain why I had to leave my new horse? Because you can run faster than a horse, which begs the question, why did you want one? Because chicks dig guys with horses. I could get any woman I wanted with a horse that fine. Maybe a Roman aristocrat. Nice horse, may I bear your child? Yeah, well, a horse can't climb a mountain. Mountain? We're going north. There's no mountains in the north. There is now. Mount Yahweh. Whatever. Mount Yahweh, current day Denmark. So this weapon being forged on top of this mountain, what's it like? All I know is it has the ability to slay every demon at once. But we have to hurry, because the demons are after it too. And at the summit. Oh, who are these people? Done. And what are its powers? I'll explain again. If the Demon Slayer combines the gem's power with the sword, every demon will be slain instantly. But if a demon holds it, he can combine with other demons to increase his power. Wow. Let us hope the Demon Slayer gets here first. Demonic, scout up ahead. See how close I am. All right. Demonic shoots up, and whoa, what's that? Jaeger, look out! Jumps off the mountain, runs up the demon. Keep going! Gets up to the cliff edge and slays the demon. Nice! You're not at the summit yet, Demon Slayer. Demon Boss! They've met before. I will get the weapon first! Goes in for a stab. Jaeger dodges. Jaeger goes in. Oh! Cuts the demon boss in half. How do I kill you? He must have a core. Strike him there. Good luck finding it. Oh, go in and find it. Oh, he reached. Oh, gross. He reached into the goo. Uh-oh.
What the hell? Fool!
Oh, he's getting absorbed. Absorbed everything but the sword and then spits him out. Right over the cliff.
Gah!
Down he goes. Jaeger, the mountain is enchanted. I can't teleport you.
Gah!
I still like how that looks.
Ow. I have to get back up there.
The summit.
Oh.
You're too late. I've already used the weapon to combine with other demons and grow more powerful.
Demon boss!
Demon King.
What other demons?
With my level of power, I was able to absorb demons from miles around.
Damn, hanging from the edge of this cliff, I'm at a disadvantage.
Now you're no longer a threat. I think I'll let you live to keep things interesting.
He's mocking me. Damn you.
Jumps over him. Later, Demon Slayer.
Bastard.
Demonic, is that you? It is you. It's good to see you.
Yeah, it's been a while. Demonic, come on, we're leaving.
And he climbs back down. Oh, what is it? I forgot to tell them. If the gem stays in the hands of a demon for too long, it will become warped. If the gem is used to slay demons after that, the results could be apocalyptic. But it would have to be exposed to a demonic aura for almost 2,000 years for that to happen. I'm sure this will be over by then, and the mountain disappears. 2,000 years later, January 2007, the Demon Castle. The Demon King sleeps with gem in hand. To be continued. Author explains hair color. Each Demon Slayer has a different color of hair when they transform. Neil's is gold, Brian's is orange, and Jaeger's is blue. And here's some fan art from Kagin. And next time on Hellgate, Battle 22, Disobedience. The Demon Prince rebels. Neil versus the Demon Prince. Showdown.
Zonk!
Zonk indeed. All right. Some commentary. I was pretty excited to put Jaeger on the cover to show off that his hair was blue when he transforms. The ketchup hand. Yeah, the hands look a little weird, but there's only so much you can do to make things look like they're glowing in Microsoft Paint. But in fact, I this is the cover I went to sample the Demon Boss's colors for Heaven Gate recently. But this came out the month I started college. There are typos and names that aren't capitalized in the recap. That's real professional of me. I really should have shown Demonic healing Courtney at the beginning of each of these issues where she's in the healing coma. But this is the only flashback that doesn't really have a I'm telling you a story thing. It literally just seems to be the dream of Demonic, thinking about the past. This opening here where you kind of see a close with the demon, and then you see someone screaming like, "It's a demon!" is kind of reminiscent of the first-ish episode of Inuyasha, where it starts with a scene of a bunch of villagers freaking out, screaming, "It's a demon," and then you see Inuyasha come flying out of the forest. And yes, like Kirby said, this is a return of the demon from the first issue of Hellgate. Because, of course, demons are immortal. They are locked away in the sword and put back in the Hellgate. And then they were released again in 2003. So this is the first outbreak And this demon is back again. And I thought it was kind of fun to do a callback to the first issue. And I still like his design. I can draw him better now, but I still like his design to this day, which is why I brought him back for Heaven Gate later. And first we see that Jaeger, who doesn't have a first name yet. I would later give him the first name of Bannon, but at this point I just called him Jaeger. We see he's not anything like Neil in terms of heroics. He doesn't want to help people. He just slays demons for the fun of it. And he's not really worried about what's happening in this village. But then he realized, hey, the old man offered you his the old man offered you like his granddaughter. Remember? He's like, oh yeah, crap, I gotta get in there. And he transforms. Who is he? His hair changed from brown to blue. I've done that each time someone's transformed the first time. Issue 1, Jessica says his hair turned from brown to gold. When Brian first transformed, I think it was when Brian first transformed, I think it was one of the siblings that said his hair turns from brown to orange. And this time we have some random bystander saying his hair turns from brown to blue. He's not well known yet. The villagers think he's another demon. But he, once again, dispatches the demon pretty easily. And I had this dialogue with the demon here being like, oh, I've heard about you. The demons, this is their first time around of escaping. They know that they're immortal, and they don't fully understand what's up with this demon slayer. And they definitely have confidence that they can beat him. Not quite how they usually approach Neil, which is usually they know how demon slaying works now, but Neil's young, so they're kind of hoping his inexperience means they can still win. Actually, I remember where I drew some of these pages. It was actually, I was in California at the time. I was on a vacation. Of course, while this issue did come out in January, I probably worked on it in like December of 2006, and I took a trip to California to see some friends on Gaia, friends I had made on Gaia Online. I met them in person and stayed with them in California. And I remember working on one of these. I think this page here on the left, I think I made it in their guest room. I really don't like this. Look at how the horse is tied up. Look how that rope just does not obey gravity and just like arcs up like that. That's so dumb. And it's the first time I see like this is demon getting a message from God. You can just see like this beam of light just hitting him, which is kind of like one of Demonic's purposes that doesn't get brought up much, is that he's supposed to be like the in between God and the demon slayer. And yeah, it's supposed to be like modern day Denmark, which doesn't really have mountains as far as I know. Maybe it does. I probably didn't look that hard, but it certainly has a mountain that looks like this. So the idea is this is a mystical mountain that appeared for this purpose and then disappeared. And so now you might be asking, who are these two and who are making the gem? You won't have an answer for that until Heaven Gate. In fact, the fact that I have these characters here tells me very clearly that Heaven Gate was already in my mind at this point. We're about halfway through Hellgate, and Heaven Gate is already being planned out in my head, because this was a setup to show more of Demonic's origins in Heaven Gate. This was the first part of that setup, is these two mysterious characters. They're not demons, they're something else, and they can make mystical gems. I do like this fight still. It's the first time we get to see the demon boss fight. In fact, we only see it one other time, and that's in Heaven Gate. Because in Hellgate, so far, he didn't fight before turning into Demon King. I like to see he shoots out like kind of like the spike of goo, and then that you can't just slay him normally. He'll just regenerate. You got to find his core, and that doesn't really work out. He gets tossed off the edge. I mentioned this during the reading. I like this frame quite a bit. I really do. The way he basically not only puts his sword into the cliff to kind of slow his descent, but just the pose there. That was very rare for me back then, is to really have a good pose. You know, you can see that his arms are straight, right? His arms are straight. He's putting all his stiffness into pushing down on the sword to stop his fall. If this was a few issues earlier, I think I probably would have screwed up that pose. And when he gets back up there, the Demon King has already attained the gem and transformed into the Demon King. And now he just wants to toy with Jaeger, and we'll see other flashback issues where we see how that goes. And yeah, these guys recognize Demonic. Demonic seems a little nervous about being recognized by them. We will learn more about that in issue 5 of Heaven Gate, which we have a ways to go before we get to that. And then this foreboding that says that if the gem stays in the hands of a demon for too long, it will be warped and there will be disastrous consequences. We will very quickly see what happens with that. I remember using this last frame for various projects in college. Projects where we were just playing with different ways to like render images. I remember using it. I really like how it came out. It's okay. The chair's a little wonky. And then another author explains section to explain the hair color thing, because again, it was hard to keep people on the same track back then. In this fan art section, this is someone I met through Gaia. Kagin, I can't make out the rest of that. I don't remember her that well, but she made me this art, and I really like it. We got Neil and Courtney, and we got the Demon Castle in the background. And this is the first time I tried this. I don't know that I used it too many times, but instead of just having a white box that has the text, I tried these like yellow like action bubbles, but I don't think it came out that well, and I kind of stopped using it. And then as I was talking about with my Jaeger Comics logo, this was like the second iteration of the Jaeger Comics logo, was I put a little pencil there. Oh, yeah. There you go. That is Hellgate Battle 21, Jaeger, and the Origin of the Gem. Thank you for that redeem, Kirby. Here we go. This is Hellgate Battle 22, Disobedience, from 2007. Last time on Hellgate Battle 21, Jaeger and the Origin of the Gem. 2,000 years ago, during the first demon outbreak, Jaeger and the demon boss raced to Mount Yahweh to retrieve the gem. The demon boss attained it and became the Demon King. It was also learned that if the gem stays in the hands of the Demon King for too long, it will warp. So we start with this view of Courtney, still in her healing coma. And then we see the Demon Castle. Let me fight! Out of the question. The deal is, when I fall in battle, you give up on making him explode and kill him. You want to die? I want Neil dead. I'm sick of sitting around. You will do as I say. Demon King just aggressive stance. Just a cape flap twirl, turn away. Demon Prince walks away. Then we got him like looking out one of these doorways on the one of the spires of the castle. You're following me.
The moment you try to leave, I'll tell the Demon King.
Grabs his horn and breaks it off and stabs the bird demon.
Let me go, half-breed.
Can't have you telling on me. And then, boo, away he goes. Meanwhile, we got this nice sunny little area. Neil lounging in the grass, Jessica and Jesse lounging. Mike. A little flashback. I promise. I won't let these demons beat me. I won't die. Neil. A promise. Neither of us will die till every last demon is gone. Yeah. Neil. I've been thinking. That's a shocker. That day when the Hellgate opened, hundreds of thousands of demons must have escaped. That's enough to spread chaos around the world. But they only seem to appear near us. They're holding back. And the Demon King has never come to fight you himself. Is he afraid of you? A lot of demons did come out when we opened the gate. We? It's obvious the Demon King doesn't see me as a threat. He's toying with me. He won't come and fight me. He won't, but I will. Don. Mike! Demon Prince. Meanwhile, back at the shack, at the little summer house they're staying in, there's Amber with a new kitty.
You're looking a lot better now, Madeline. Who would ever abandon you in the rain? Meow.
Oh, I guess it's time for Courtney's sponge bath. There she goes, the bucket of water, and then Demonic stopped healing her. There's Demonic sleeping on the side now. Back to the encounter. We see the cape being thrown off to the side. Demon Prince versus Neil.
Mike, a promise. Neither of us will die till every last demon is gone.
I stare off, and the Demon Prince lunges in. There's one swing, another swing, and a stab. You're holding back! Do it again and your friends are dead! I can't. Neil! Maybe when you slay the Demon Prince, only the demon part will be slain and Mike will be back to normal. I can't know that for sure. And even if not, don't you think he'd rather be dead than stay this way? Neil transforms in his demonic form. That form, it's so scary. Yeah. Good. A worthy fight. Easy block. For you, maybe. It's a swing. Amazing! Sends him flying. Oh, jumps above him. Die. I'm in midair. I have no way to dodge. Moves his head forward. Oh, look at that. He'll pierce my heart. Neil turns back and gets repelled away at the last second. And lands. And the other one falls. When he's desperate, he's dangerous. I had to transform back in order to repel away from him. So I see holy demonic. Bit of a repel in there. So that allowed him to push himself away midair instead of getting his heart pierced by that horn. Ugh. I have to take him out from afar. Meanwhile, back at the Demon Castle, we see the Demon King has come across this. What the hell are you doing?
Oh, Demon King! The Demon Prince has run off!
What? Castle flies away. Now or never. What's he planning? Ulvnumv! Energy gathering the sword. Nuval! Strike the ground. Is that all? Easy. Just slaps the energy dragon to the side. He tossed aside the energy dragon like it was nothing. Energy dragon dissipates. Then I have no choice. Forgive me, Kathleen. Got some tears. He doesn't want to do this. Demonic again? Sheath his sword and starts gathering energy in the sheath. What's he doing?
The God Slash. I have to counter.
This is a 2-page spread.
What's ups? Demonic Tornado!
Oh, they're oh, which one's gonna win? Oof. They take each other out. There's nothing left.
They canceled each other out. The God Slash isn't invincible? It was supposed to overpower him. I'll just try again.
He starts spinning his sword again, creating another demonic tornado. Neil tries to make another God Slash. Looks like he's not used to doing more than one of those. Can Neil do 2 God Slashes in a row?
He's gonna have to. Demonic Tornado! What's ups?
Jewel Unv! Big old blast coming from the sky with the Demon King.
They're being blown away!
Boom, you see, it comes straight from the Demon Cowl. Just interrupts both of them.
Too bright! Demon King! Damn.
Oopsie doodle band goodwill. Meep. Beam comes down.
You won't get away!
Beam and teleported back into the castle, and the castle zooms off. Leaving just the battleground behind.
The Demon King wasn't smug like last time. Yeah, Mike must have come out here against the Demon King's wishes.
He never was too fond of authority. Neil reverts back to normal. They're walking their way back, and
Courtney!
To be continued. This issue is dedicated to Ari. May your coma come to an end as well. I'll explain that in the commentary. And here's an extra drawing I did. And I'll get into that in commentary too. Next time on Hellgate, Battle 23, Neil's decision. Let's end this. Courtney's awake, and Neil is off to finish off the Demon King once and for all. All right, so when we get in, so yeah, this cover, man, this cover is like, I know what I was going for, but man, did I not pull it off. Like, one, the Demon King looks terrible there. Like, oh, he's all wrapped in his cloak, but I didn't know how I could draw that so much better now. It just looks like it just looks weird. It looks weird and gross. There's so much empty space, and they're both wrapped in their cloaks. And this weird, like, oh, you can't see his eyes because they're in the shadow of his barely there bangs. It just doesn't work. It just doesn't work. It's a bad cover. So yeah, so as we know now, this is the one where Courtney wakes up at the end. So she's actually got a little smile here, which kind of shows like, oh, I think she's ready to wake up. So then we have this conversation, this idea that the deal of so. I may have mentioned this before when the Demon Prince was introduced. It's not very clear to a lot of readers because it was in the demon language. It was a conversation in the demon language that no one bothered translating. But essentially, the idea behind the Demon Prince is the Demon King has a goal with Neil. He wants to make him explode. We'll get more details on that later, so I won't go into that. But he's toying with them, right? But he wanted basically a something that would make him say, okay, time to get serious. I need to stop trying with this and actually take Neil out. And so his gauge for that is the Demon Prince. He created the Demon Prince as like this gauge. If Neil is strong enough to beat the Demon Prince, I need to stop screwing around and take Neil out. But he's holding the Demon Prince back from fighting because he doesn't want that day to come. He's trying to do this other plan we don't know about yet. And the Demon Prince is kind of taking issue with that. Like, I'm supposed to be a gauge for his strength, and you're not letting me fight him. And the Demon King, these eyes and these markings, the Demon King will have a form later that's like his full powered form. This was like me kind of showing that when he gets angry, it starts to show, although I hadn't really designed it yet, so it doesn't look that great here, but we'll see that much later in the series. And then we have this little bird demon that's just like, I'm going to tattle on you if you try to leave. And yeah, the Demon Prince just breaks his horn off and stabs him with it. Now, if you look, the Demon Prince has one stripe on his horn. Keep that in mind. One stripe on his horn. And then you can see here already it's growing back on this last frame here. Because any wound on an immortal demon will heal, unless it's the Jaeger sword, and then they'll be, if it's a mortal wound, then they'll be slain. See, his new horn has, waiting for that to show, 2 stripes. Just because I thought it would be neat. His horn grows back with 2 stripes. So yeah, they guys hang out, laying on the grass, and once again, I use this flashback to kind of remind the readers of, you know, this bond between Neil and Mike, which, yeah, convenient, cliched, but I think it can be necessary. It may, you know, you had a point that, you know, I could have ordered it a bit differently so it wasn't so coincidental, but it just harkens back to the inspiration for a lot of Hellgate, which is episodic anime, and, you know, like Inuyasha. You know, if Kikyo was going to show up in that issue, you can bet there might be Inuyasha just that night might have had a bad dream about the time when Kikyo shot him with an arrow in the first episode. So, and this is me kind of like doing some housekeeping with the Demon King's actions, because yeah, if you read Hellgate, it's like, you know, what's the Demon King's plan? Why aren't there demons everywhere? Why is there not like widespread devastation? And this is kind of just the main characters kind of working through that. The demons are being held back for some reason, and the Demon King seems to be toying with Neil. And they're kind of starting to realize that through this conversation. I still kind of like how this looks. You got like the Demon Prince emerging from the woods, and you can kind of see like the shadows of like the tree, like, you know, a little bit of sun hitting him through the leaves. That's not bad. That kind of came out as planned. And then we got the scene with Amber, who is, by the way, who I'm drawing right now in today's spicy drawing that you guys have only got a slight glimpse of. And a new cat, Madeline. So same as the other cats, based on ex-girlfriend. At this point, I was dating someone new, and this cat is based off her. And I'll get into this more when we get to Heaven Gate, but the girl this cat is based off of was instrumental in the creation of the character Kiana Nearhigh. So, you know, I'll talk about that at the end of Hellgate when we first get introduced to Kiana. And then as Amber is going to go check on Courtney, we see that the healing has finished. I really should have shown more of Demonic through all these. And my God, dude, use a ruler. The chair is just... Ugh. Is that a bad drawing of the Demon Prince there? My fight scenes are getting better at this point. You know, I'd still say like not great, but like you can say like, oh, you know, some sword swinging, some blocks. And you got like Neil's hesitant. He doesn't want to fight, but they're like, dude, you have no choice. And so Neil goes all out, goes with his demonic form. At that point, he, you know, the Demon Prince isn't really much of a match for him. I do like this big scene here where Neil's like in the shadow of like the sun. Did that make sense? The sun's at his back, so he's in shadow. That's more. He's just going to come in for a stab. And I like this. You know, the fight wasn't just simple like sword slashes. I came up with a few scenarios to take place. You know, so like with the whole like, okay, well maybe the demon prince would like thrust his head forward to try to stab him in the heart, and Neil's got to quickly like change back to repel the two energies. And then you got the Demon King realizing that the Demon Prince is gone, and once again you see here on the left he's doing that whole partially transformed face. It doesn't really look like how his face will eventually look when he's transformed because I hadn't really designed it yet. Neil using the energy dragon. Demon Prince shrugs that off. Forgive me, Kathleen. So this part's a little I was trying to like kind of foreshadow, but I don't think it really comes across. I'll just tell you right now, Kathleen's the name of Mike's mom. We'll learn that much later, but I don't think it really does much to keep that a secret. You get another full page God Slash. I think this is our is this only our second God Slash? Might be. I don't know if I've done one since then. Is that right? Huh. The Demonic Tornado, which yeah, I could draw it better now, but I like the design. The idea is this twister. And then, I mean, these pages look kind of bad. They're just kind of empty. Didn't necessarily need full pages for each of these. The 2-page thing is one thing, but like just so many like full pages in a row, kind of unnecessary. And as for some, we see the God Slash kind of defeated. See, Neil's got to bust out the second one. And then, this is the first time I've like allowed the God Slash to be not 2 pages, but I didn't feel the need to. Yeah, I thought it would be too samey to just have them each get a full page again. So I like that. And then we have the first appearance of the Demon King signature move, which translates to Demon's Arm, which is just this intense, powerful, demonic blast that essentially with his arm movement, it just kind of comes cracking down like a solid bolt of demonic thunder. As you can see, yeah, it starts in the sky and comes straight down. And as you can see from his arm, like it's so powerful it actually like burns his arm. But again, he's immortal, so that will heal. And then we have the Demon Butler. This is I believe our second time seeing him. He first appeared in the issue 8. He was the one who was kind of recruiting Kelly to work for the Demon King. This is the first time we see that he has these like tentacle arms. And the Demon King quickly gets the hell out of there. And then we see Courtney has finally awoken. Of course, we'll see more of that next time. And this is Ari. This is someone I met out in California. I visited California in December of 2006, which was just out of high school, just before I started college. And I met her out there. She was like friends with the people I was staying with. And then not long after I got back, she was in a motorcycle accident and was in a coma. I mean, I guess, spoiler alert, she came out of it, and that will be announced in a later issue. And then this, not a credit card, Kitsune. This I did for fun, and I liked it so much I just put it in the back of the issue because I had space for it. It's a ramen duets with a little flavor packet purse. I just thought that was clever. All right, and that was Battle 22, Disobedience. Okay, so this is Hellgate, Battle 23, Neil's Decision, Let's End This, from 2007. Last time on Hellgate, Battle 22, Disobedience.
Turns out the Demon King and the Demon Prince don't quite see eye to eye. The Demon Prince disobeys the Demon King and goes out to kill Neil. After a supercharged battle, the Demon King shows up, grabs the Demon Prince, and leaves. When Neil and the others return to the house, they find Courtney awake. Courtney? Huh? Oh, everyone's looking all shocked. You're back. Aw. Schmack! Oh. What's gotten into you? Keep your hands to yourself. Sorry. Very strange. Meanwhile, back in the demon castle. Maybe you will learn not to disobey me if you stay here a while. And we see the demon prince all chained up. Back at the summer home. Amber, tend to Neil's wounds. Courtney, how about a haircut? Okay. Amber sees the one wound Neil got from that fight. Did you get a boo-boo? Just give me the damn Band-Aid. Yo. Demonic. I'm so out of energy I can't even fly. Thank you. Thanks to you, Courtney's alive. Sure. Anytime. So how about I catch you up on things? Back at the demon castle. We see the Demon King sleeping with the gem. And then ping! Oh. Something's changed. It's warped. This changes everything. Back at the summer home. Why is it that whenever I look at that cat, my cheek hurts? Back to Neil and Demonic. Sounds like you kept busy. You might be strong enough to end it. What? Do you remember the gem? Yeah, it came out of the Hellgate. The Demon King took it from me and used it to combine with other demons. And if its power is combined with the sword, every demon will be instantly slain. Why didn't you tell me this before? You weren't strong enough. You would have ran off and gotten yourself killed. Even now, you can't beat the Demon King. But you might be able to hold your own long enough to steal the gem. Okay, then. I will go, and I will end this once and for all. I'm going, Jesse. Stay here and protect the girls. If a demon shows up, you won't be able to slay it, but you should be able to hold your own. The demon castle went south. If I hurry, I should be able to catch it. Off he runs. Snip. Courtney, I have a question. Yes? What's the last thing you remember? I remember Demonic going missing. And then... flashbacks. The kiss. Is that why Neil hugged me? He should know. I told him how you feel. Jessica, how could you? He feels the same for you. He does? Wow, Oh, and I went and slapped him like that. I gotta go talk to him. Where is he? He's gone. You're transformed. Where is he?
He went to go fight the Demon King. Demonic said that if he gets the gem back, he can use it to slay every demon at once. Neil. I'm back at the demon castle. See a little flame and poof. Vaj. Neil op uxjum al zubham. The sun's going down. Courtney. Neil, don't die. To be continued. Demonic explains the God Slash. Hey there, Demonic here. When Neil learned the Energy Dragon, I was nice enough to explain it. But when Neil learned the God Slash, I was busy. So now I'm back to explain. The God Slash is performed by sheathing the Jaeger sword and then collecting demonic energy inside of it. Then Neil unsheaths the sword with a slash, releasing the collected demonic energy in one powerful wave. Ta-ta for now. Oh god, that's hard to read. Next time on Hellgate, Battle 24, Come Back Safe, Courtney's Heart. Showdown, Neil versus the Demon King. The gem is warped. What does that mean for Neil? Does the Demon King have a plan to get rid of God? Okay, so yeah, I like this cover. I like the concept. I mean, the execution leaves something to be desired, but I like this idea of for the best you can do with freaking Microsoft Paint, you know, like her kind of blending into the scenery and the sun setting, and Neil Naruto running. Back when I thought of it as Inuyasha running, but whatever. I'm not going to beat that dead horse again. I don't always like the characterization I have for Courtney in Hellgate. It's a little bland. It's just kind of it just comes off as her character is girl. Her characterization is more defined these days. She has more of a hard streak to her in terms of her personality, which is how I prefer her. And I kind of always meant it that way. I just, I wasn't as good as a writer back then. So this it's weird to me. Like, there's so many scenes like this where Courtney just looks like this, like, this pouty faced, generic girl character, when that's not how I see her. And that's definitely not how she's portrayed now. Anyway, moving on. I feel like there's like a weird jump in quality. Like, these ain't half bad drawings of like Neil and Courtney, and I feel like the Courtney at the end of the last issue looked kind of rough compared to this. But yep, he goes in for the hug. Something I always notice, I forgot his glasses in this. Whoopsie. And yeah, she gives him a smack because she does not, as we've learned in this issue, she does not remember everything. She does remember the kiss. She hasn't fully like come back into it, right? And so all she knows is like Neil suddenly being very touchy, which is not where their relationship was. So that's why she's like, what the hell, get off me. So yeah, then we got our kind of our update on what happened to the Demon Prince. He's currently being chained up to keep him from disobeying again. I don't like this. Like, dude, use a fucking ruler. That ... looks always stands out. But I just find it funny, like that intense fight, and all he got was a little like scratch on his tit. And yeah, so the gem warping, I'm not gonna give away what that means yet because that'd be a spoiler. But we were warned about that a couple issues ago when we learned about when the gem was made. Is that if it stayed in contact with demons for too long, i.e., a few thousand years, which it has, it would warp. And not like physically warp, energies wise. And we'll see what that means next issue. But the Demon King can sense it, and he's pretty excited by it. Why is it that whenever I look at that cat, my cheek hurts? That's a throwback to the fact that randomly at the beginning of one issue, a few issues ago, this is Gabby, and she just scratched Courtney's cheek. A lot of talking head syndrome in this issue, a lot of close-ups. Not a fan of that, but, I've complained about that enough. It's this one down here. It's a nice little intense look at Neil. It's not half bad. And yeah, Jesse transforms because while he would not be able to slay it, even if it attacked, he'd be much better at defending himself in his samurai form. Because remember, we haven't seen much of this because I really underutilized it in Hellgate. But the idea is that Jesse can be transformed into this fighting partner for Neil, who's equal in skill to Neil. He doesn't have demon slaying abilities, but you know, he would be able to be more of use than normal Jesse in a fight. And then Jessica kind of catches Courtney up on things like, hey, you know, you kissed him, and turns out he likes you too, you dorks. And this is the first time we see this, that the Demon King, can can spy on Neil with this flame cube, and I believe what it says here is good. Neil is already on his way. So probably one of the last times we see the demon language audibly used. This issue's a little on the short side. I probably could have combined this issue and the next issue, but it felt like it was I didn't plan things out as much back then. You know, now I do all these thumbnails, and so I know how long the issue is going to be before I even start it. At this point, I think I had started making scripts to get the dialogue down, because I realized that, you know, thinking of the dialogue for each page was slowing me down in the production process. Because really, Hellgate, the way it started when I made it, I just sat down and just started drawing pages. And that early on led to me like forgetting to explain certain things, and I had to like pick up the pieces later. Around this time, you know, I had started taking notes to make sure that I at least got like these bullets down. I think actually the previous issue might have been the first time I did that, if I remember correctly. And then quickly it turned into me typing up at least the dialogue, because sitting down and that would be like, I'd start a new page, right? And it'd be time to write the dialogue, and it would take me forever to start, because it was the most it was the most mentally draining part of it, right? Instead of just, you know, just drawing. Doing the dialogue took more mental energy, which means I was more likely to have a brain wandering moment because of my ADD. So I figured if I typed all the dialogue first, then I could just go off of that. And then that slowly morphed into just a full-on script. So which is where I'm at today, with full-on scripts and then also thumbnails. I did do some thumbnailing in later Hellgate, but it was just in the margin of the script, and it was more as I went. I still didn't know how many pages it was until I finished the issue. And this, oh man, talk about 240p. Look at that. That is all chopped up. I don't know what is happening there. I was never, these extra pages, you see that they're like a completely different like aspect ratio, like file size. That's because I just made them from nothing. Like these pages here, and even the covers, these are scanned pieces of paper, so they're all about the same size because of that. But this I just made in Microsoft Paint. So I wasn't really good at making sure things were like properly sized. They usually, you know, when this was for printing, they usually came out, you know, printing it would usually resize it so it all looked fine. But like once I started putting it here on my website, I was like, wow, it's just all over the place. And then, I mean, I'll talk more about the cover itself, but like I was trying to do this like, you know, action bubble instead of just the square paragraph. This was a really bad choice of colors, and with the way it's been reduced for my website, it's borderline unreadable. Oh yeah, that is Battle 23, Neil's Decision. Let's end this. So, this is Hellgate, Battle 24, Come Back Safe, Courtney's Heart. Last time on Hellgate, Battle 23, Neil's Decision, let's end this. Courtney is awake, but when Neil gives her a hug, it's met with a slap to the face.
Turns out Courtney's memory was a little fuzzy at first. Demonic tells Neil that if he steals the gem from the Demon King, he can slay every demon at once. Neil is off to get the gem. However, the gem has become warped and the Demon King looks forward to Neil's visit. And now, so yeah, last time, Courtney's awake, Demonic's awake. Demonic let Neil know about the gem's secondary ability besides just letting demons merge together. If Neil can get it, he can slay every demon at once, which Demonic didn't tell him before because he didn't want Neil to rush off and get himself killed, but he thinks Neil now is strong enough to at least get the gem away from the Demon King. And so Neil ran off and ran through the night. So there he goes. You still awake? I was asleep for 1.5 years. When the others wake up, I'd like to get a few pictures before I go. You're leaving? Yeah, the fall semester starts soon. I want to sign up for classes. Thanks for taking care of me. It was fun hanging out here for the past 1.5 years. Meanwhile, at the Demon Castle, Neil has arrived. Finally.
But how do we get up there?
Neil's legs, or Neil's the little glow starts at the bottom of Neil's feet.
Amazing. He's building up holy energy in his legs. When did he learn to control his energy like this?
Hold on. Boom! Super jump. And made it.
Get him!
There's a bunch of demons. We got this little cow demon that might get his own spin-off comic. It's like one of my favorite demon designs. Elfnum Nuval! Fires off an energy dragon. Takes out a bunch of the demons. Not the little cow, though. Cow got away. Easy. I've gotten a lot stronger since I was here last. Surely he is no match for all of us. Sounds like fun. Meow. Back at the beach. We just have Courtney again. Neil. Come back safe. So meanwhile, back at the Demon Castle. Seems we got the Demon King. Neil, Demonic. You made it here without a scratch, and without using your demonic form. This form I saved for you. I'm touched. Okay, so and we can see here that the castle has a huge balcony on the back that we've never seen before. I'll go into that in commentary. And the gem. Come and get it, if you can. Have at you. Boom. Clashing swords. Neil's knocked back. Is that all you've got? Not even close, you sick bastard. Now, 1 strike and a 2 strike, and he goes for a stab, but the Demon King gets out of the way. And then, boom. Knee to the gut, and then kicked in the chin and away. Lands on the ground. How funny that you thought that you could. Cuts off his hand. Cuts off his hand and goes off the edge. Demonic goes after. Great job! Now reaches for the gem. Got it. Neil, touch the gem to the end of the sword. It all ends with this. Do it. Boom. Demonic. That something else is getting sucked in. What's it sucking in? God. And then Neil gets sucked in. And then something else gets sucked in.
along with the sword itself. God, demonic, Neil, and the Jaeger sword, all gone. Earth belongs to me. To be continued. In case you are wondering about Ari, who was mentioned at the end of issue 22, she is awake and recovering. Author explains, demon slaying. The demons, being immortal, cannot be killed even by the Jaeger sword. However, when the Jaeger sword inflicted a lethal wound on a demon, the demon is sucked into the blue gem at the end of the sword and kept there till the sword is placed back in the Hellgate. Next time on Hellgate, Battle 25 Beyond All Expectations. Neil, Demonic, and God all trapped. The demons begin to spread destruction across the globe. Jesse, Courtney, and Jessica take it upon themselves to protect people from the demons in Neil's absence. Can anyone slay an immortal demons now? Can anyone slay the immortal demons now? And then we have our second set of photos. And I'll go more in depth with that in the commentary. So, this is from 2007. This cover is a bit, it's a lot of blue. It's a lot of goddamn blue. And I really don't like how it's holding this sword up there. I did not know how to do foreshortening. Swords always had to be perfectly flat to the viewing screen. And so it led to some awkwardness, but I like the symbolism behind the cover, but the execution leaves a lot to be desired, especially when it's been crunched onto JPEG like this. It's just a blue mess. But yeah, this takes up where the last issue left off. He's still Naruto running across the countryside. We got this scene again on the left here, talking head syndrome. Everything's a close-up. Just I can't get over the fact that I just started a scene with a close-up of a character in profile. But yeah, this is kind of our goodbye to Amber, and explain why there's photos at the back of the issue. Her job is done. Courtney's alive again, or awake again, and so Amber will soon be leaving. Then I have this idea with Neil being able to like concentrate holy energy into his legs to do a super jump, and once again, it's too many close-ups, man. We don't see him actually jump into the castle. We just see a close-up of him jumping, and then it looks like he reached the arc of his jump, and then suddenly he's just in the doorway. So here we got a variety of demons. I kind of like these group of demons. Got like the running eyeball, the chicken with a sphere, the flappy cow. The flappy cow is going to be reoccurring. I actually do really like that. And I like this freaking large-nosed centipede and a bunch of sneakers. And then here's something to notice. When he uses the energy dragon, you don't see like earth and rubble come blasting out where the dragon's going through the ground. You see blood because they're inside a demon. So like there's like blood running through the walls, and so he's actually like hurting the castle a bit here. Not enough to slay it, but you know, probably enough to give it heartburn. And the cow survives because I knew I wanted to bring that cow back. Then we got more demons, and this one here, right below the word bubble, is basically a kind of a homage to Inuyasha. It's kind of got his coat, but the only thing difference is that Inuyasha doesn't have like a puppy cat mouth. Oh, and that's it's a pretty close one. I drew Inuyasha a lot in high school, so I knew how to draw him. I like this drawing of Courtney. I like the way her hair is moving and stuff like that. I think that's really pretty. Although I really don't like this characterization of her just sitting around longing. It gets better in the next issue. So, okay, so let's talk about this. How the Demon Castle got junk in the trunk. So I needed a place for the Demon King and Neil to fight. I wanted to be outside because Neil needed to jump over the edge. And so I was like, well, maybe a big balcony will appear out the back of the castle. I don't want to draw a transformation sequence. So I was like, well, I've never shown the back of the castle. So for all I know, that giant balcony's always been back there, and it's kind of funny. It's kind of like tongue in cheek, but it's also kind of stupid. And I've kind of retconned it. Like, you will not see that giant balcony in Heaven Gate. It also just looks really goofy hanging off the back there. It's like he looks so unbalanced, especially because we got this here off the side. There we go. You can see there's like a little growth over here. I've now established in Heaven Gate that that's like a big old ballroom covered in glass. It's like I could have had it in there and he could have just jumped through the glass, but oh well. I also mistake here. Neil's holding his sword in the wrong hand here. That's his right hand. He's left-handed. I noticed that not long after putting out the issue. And see, now that he actually strikes, it's back in his left hand. And this is our first real clash between Neil and the Demon King. This, I think, still... I wouldn't say it holds up. It needs some work, but it was very ambitious, this viewpoint downward of Neil skidding backwards across the ground. An okay fight, if not short. That looks like neck damage right there. That does not look good. And then I kind of like this, just this sudden, like, Neil cutting off the hand. Just appearing right past him like that. Like he just cut through. Although it's amazing that he was able to get the hand and not anything else, considering how long his sword is. I never thought of that before. Although I'm not a biggest fan of the Demon King's expression there. And Neil's chin looks kind of weird here because he got kicked in the chin, so I kind of drew it kind of swelling up, but it just kind of looked weird. And his bangs look weird too because I didn't quite know how to draw his hair with like being blown up like that. Now I'd have like no problem, but I don't know, I just couldn't conceive of it very well then. And he touches the gem to the gem. And it sucks up Demonic. It sucks up God. It sucks up Neil. And that right there, ladies and gentlemen, is our first appearance of Hippo the Penguin. We'll get a proper introduction to him next time. I believe this is somewhat important too, this dandelion. Not important, but I do something with it. So here, I mentioned this when it was first brought up in an issue. So basically these two girls on the far side, Alyssa and Kayla, they were my friends through Guy Online, and I went out to go see them in California after I got out of high school. And this girl in the middle in the bed, I met her briefly while I was out there too. And she had been in a motorcycle accident and been in a coma, fallen into a coma after my trip there, not while I was there. And but it wasn't long that she came out of it. And so this was a photo they sent me. I figured I'd update people in case they were wondering. In fact, this Kayla here on the right, the girl in the black shirt, she is actually the basis for the demon in The Peaceful Day in the Life of Lucas, the demon with the claws that like gets cut in half or just cut down the shoulder area, and it turns out she's the demon, and because she's the one who got second place in the fan art contest. And this, like, look how that's only like half a page. When I would print it, it would come out sideways. But yeah, I knew nothing about page sizes back then. It's so awkward. And this is just me again dealing with the fact that I had a lot of readers that, because of how long it took Hellgate to come out, and because people, and my own storyteller reasons, I always felt like I had to like re-explain stuff. Like I really, reading it all at once like this, I really realized how much I say immortal demons. The demons are immortal and they're immortal. It's like I'm really trying to drive that point home for anyone just joining in or someone who keeps forgetting. I don't know if it's the best way to tell a story, but. And then over here, actually a cute drawing of Amber. I did a really cute drawing of Amber for the Patreon that goes live in 2 hours. I'm so excited for that. So yeah, this is the group photo. We did this again. We did this at the end of issue 7, and it's not just it's a photo that actually like happened in universe. So that's why you have Jesse's transformed at the right now, because he's kind of standing guard while Neil's gone. Neil isn't there, so there's just like a taped on photo of him. You can see the little masking tape keeping the photo on there. And then our 6 ones, we got the 3. We got the 3 girls. We got all the cats. We got Gabby with the live long and prosper. Return of the leaf bikini from the from Catastrophe. We have Jessica being envious of Courtney's assets, and Jesse is still alone. But that was Battle 24, Come Back Safe, Courtney's Heart. Thank you for that redeem. All right. This is Hellgate Battle 25, Beyond All Expectations from 2007. Last time on Hellgate Battle 24, Come Back Safe, Courtney's Heart, Neil reached the Demon Castle. That's castle spelled wrong. He fights the Demon King and was able to get the gem from him. However, the gem was warped. When Neil tried to use it, it absorbed him, Demonic, the Jaeger Sword, and God. So yeah, last time Neil had learned that if he got the red gem back, small little red gem, he could use it to slay all demons at once. However, the Demon King was kind of expecting this because at some point the gem had become warped from being in the Demon King's presence for too long. As a result, instead of absorbing all the demons with demonic energy, it absorbed everything with holy energy, which included Neil, Demonic, the Jaeger Sword itself, and God. And that is where we left off. So we are just here in the void. Where? Where am I? Endless nothingness. We're in the gem. Demonic? We're in the gem? Back at the Demon Castle. Chirp! Where you at, dog? Stop saying that. Okay, so can everyone hear me? Chirp, where you at, dog? Where you at? Hey, where you at? No, I know where you at. Word, dog. Come on, dog. Chirp. Shut up! Listen up. Neil and God are gone for good. So here are your new orders. Go forth. Spread death and destruction as you please. I need a new hand. Chip, for real. And to lose the phone. Where you at? I'll explain that in commentary. It's probably a dated reference for sure. So back at the gym. How did this happen? The gym was supposed to slay the demons. The gem has become warped. Oh. It spent the last 4 years in the hands of the Demon King. Before that, it spent 2,000 years in hell. All this caused the gem to warp. So instead of absorbing everything with demonic energy, it absorbed everything with holy energy, including the Jaeger Sword, Demonic, you, and myself. And you are? God. Zunk! Why is the penguin here? He too has holy energy. Why? Why not? Zunk! Alright, so how do we get out? We can never leave. It is impossible. I can't believe that! If this place traps holy energy, maybe it will eject demonic energy. Here goes. Ah! He goes to his demonic form. There. I'm sorry, Neil. That won't work. 2 weeks later, back at the beach house. Thank you so much for staying, Amber. Don't worry about it. I'll stay here in case Neil returns. Thanks. Drive away. Look at that sweet car I could draw back then. Dick Cheney was sworn in yesterday following the death of President Bush. The late president was killed in a demon attack. The story is the same across the world as the body count continues to rise. It's been 2 weeks since the demons began spreading death and destruction. This could be a very bad idea. I can't sit around anymore. I have to try to help. Neil, where are you? Back in the gym. So, what's with the demons? What's the point?
Neil wants to know the meaning of life.
It started as an experiment. Experiment? Yes. Holy versus demonic. I would make a planet and fill it with holy and demonic life forms. They would battle for control of the planet. Demonic would always win. So I would leave and do it again on another planet, but it would always end up the same. So I finally made a planet with only demons. That planet was Earth. Back then, Earth was perfect for the demons, dark and volcanic. Then I had an idea. I could make life that did not have holy or demonic energy, life that could choose to do good or evil. So I sent the demons to hell. I made them immortal to keep their numbers from increasing or decreasing. Then I threw a planet into the Earth. The aftermath of the impact put Earth on the course to the place it is today. The Earth became habitable, and what was left of the other planet became the moon. Meanwhile, in the city... Please don't kill me. If you cannot keep me from killing you, human, then you have no right to live. Someone help! Die. Jesse, just in the nick of time. Who are you? Jesse Hones, you? Aku. You know you can't kill me. I have to try. So be it. I will give you the first cut. Bam, right down the middle. Spoke too soon. Right down the middle. Oh, and the blood starts to come back together. And the body heals. Do you see now? Damn it, Neil. We need you. I got an idea. Holy energy doesn't work, and dishing out demonic energy did nothing, so I gotta make something new. I'll combine holy and demonic energy in my body. That is not possible. Don't be stupid. Zerk. I have to try. Holy. Demonic. And now, both. And with that, boom.
He did it. Zerk.
Any reason to keep this?
Well, you can't use it to slay demons now, but if Demon King gets it back, he can use it to get stronger.
All right, teleport us home.
Right.
Today that boy surprised me. I who am supposed to be all-knowing. To be continued. Next time on Hellgate, Battle 26, Bloodlust. Neil's back, but is he strong enough to face Aku? And what has caused Neil to go insane with rage? Will the Demon King's original plan finally be realized? Anyway, so yeah, this was one of the more simple covers to make. Not much to say about that. I remember when I first put out this issue, a friend of mine was like, wow, yeah, this one looked easy. Yeah, no, this started easy. Very easy doing these first few pages, but I think it was important to kind of show the void he was in. And I think I pointed this out. It's been a while. I think I pointed this out that at the end of the last issue, when we saw this gem fall next to this dandelion, it was in the flower form, and now it's in the puffball form. Okay, so now this whole chirp thing, where you at, dog? So this is going to have to take you back to roughly 2007, before smartphones. There was this feature with Boost Mobile. I don't know if they're even still around. Boost Mobile had a certain type of cell phones that had a walkie-talkie type feature, but it was one, you didn't have to be within radio range. I think it was through the cellular network, but it worked like a walkie-talkie, and all their commercials were just, they made a chirp sound whenever you click on it, and that was the slogan for the commercials, like, where you at, dog? Boost Mobile. And so that was the reference I was making here, is that the Demon King decided to get all the demons Boost Mobile phones as a way to communicate with them. It's a bit, I think it's a bit like too silly, honestly. I would not put this in if I was making this now. But it worked for the time, I guess. And then we cut back to the dandelion, and now the seeds are floating away. So still something I put in. And then, yeah, I think I decided pretty early on I wasn't going to show what God looked like, because I didn't really want to feel like tackling what God looks like. So instead, God just has this voice with this very wispy, angelic looking speech bubbles. That is how I define. That's all you see of God, as just his speech. And yeah, this basically just explains to Neil what we kind of saw in early issues, is that, being in demonic presence for too long warped the gem. And then we have the soon-to-be known, his name is not known yet in this issue, but yes, it is, in fact, Hippo the Penguin. He was put in on an absolute whim. I just thought it was funny that, like, I was like, oh, here's all the ones holding energy. There's Neil, and Demonic, and God, and random-ass penguin. And I don't know where I got Zonk from, honestly, but that's the noise he makes. Zonk! As you can see, this is the earliest design of Hippo. He looks a bit different now, especially the beak. You can kind of see here on the right, he had a bit of like a parrot beak more in the beginning. That's because I didn't look at a penguin for reference when I first drew him. He also has like a smaller forehead than I draw him now with typically, and also he actually has like a round head shape instead of just kind of the solid body to head thing he's got going on now. And that would just change very little over time. But right now he doesn't have his name yet. We don't know his name. But no, you probably don't remember. It's been a while. But you actually did see a glimpse of Hippo getting sucked into the gem at the end of last issue. And then just this big like column of energy getting sucked in. That was God. So, God, that'd be amazing. And yeah, we don't have a reason on why Hippo has holy energy. And yeah, Neil's friends decide that they want to just try to do something and go help people. So, okay, I want to talk about this a bit. So, within the lore of Hellgate, again, this takes place in 2007, which was during the presidency of George W. Bush. It was before Barack Obama became president in 2008, or in the election in 2008. I think he took office in 2009, right? I think that's how that works. In any case, and Dick Cheney was the vice president. So this was not a political thing, me deciding that George Bush is killed by a demon. That was not any type of statement. I had some political feelings at that age, but they really didn't, they weren't very strong. It was very, I wasn't that knowledgeable. So this wasn't me just being like, yeah, I'm going to kill President Bush. No, that's not the thought process at all. And that's why I would not do this now. I would not write it this way because it's hard for it not to come off that way. Typically, stories will sometimes reference real life presidents, and that's what I was doing here. I had referenced President Bush earlier in the series, and that's fine. And typically, they still try to stay out of it politically, and they just kind of keep it pretty neutral. Like, yeah, he's the president, blah 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 blah. However, whenever a story wants to do anything with that president, such as have them involved in the plot in some way, like, oh, it's an alien show and like the aliens take the president away, or something bad happens to the president, like he's assassinated, it's always a fictional president. Always. It's always, oh, President Carson, And I think it's for very good reason. I think it's in poor taste to kill off an actual politician in your story. It's a little messed up. Especially a sitting politician. Unless you want to do some, like, if you did something weird, like what if history, like, oh, what if Henry Ford was shot and disappeared, you know? Oh, well, we got to fix the timeline, stuff like that. But I mean, like, a sitting president killing him off in your story, that's in bad taste. I think I get away with it because I was in high school at the time. Oh, I was in college at the time, but still. So yeah, I wouldn't do it that way again. I would make up some fictional president, or I would just leave this part out. But there was no political idea behind this. I just wanted to create more stakes within the story and saying, like, yeah, in this world, like, yeah, we have a President Dick Cheney because George Bush was killed by demons. Stargate does something similar in its series. Early in Stargate, it's implied that Bill Clinton is the president, which would have been the president at the time that show started. But then later, they make up their own fictional president who took over after Bill Clinton, and that's so they could have stories involving the president learning about the Stargate program and dealing with alien invasions and stuff like that. Then Neil asks about the meaning of life. And okay, so we learned some stuff here where the demons come, like basically God made demons and holy creatures, put them on a planet. The demons kept winning. So eventually he made Earth as kind of their prize planet, and it was nothing but demons on the early Earth. But then God got the idea for the neutral life forms, i.e. all of the life we know, humans and animals and plants and trees and all that stuff. But the demons were still owed their prize. Kinda. So he locked them underneath the earth in hell and made them immortal so they wouldn't overpopulate or depopulate down there. I think God legitimately doesn't see why that's the worst idea if you're trying to be good to the demons. But anyway, this here, the idea of a small planet hitting the earth and the remnants hitting the moon, I think this is more well known now, but I still don't think that everyone talks about it. But that is the current actual theory on the formation of the moon. It's called the Great Impact Theory. That there, early in the Earth's development, before it had even cooled off, there was another Mars-sized planet between us and Mars. It's usually called Theia, and that it struck. Now, it didn't strike the way I drew it here. It wasn't a dead-on. It was more of like a grazing, and it disintegrated and ripped off a lot of Earth, and the remnants congealed into the moon. And it's actually one of the theories on why our planet still has a lot of geological, like our core is still hot, while a planet like Mars is pretty much cold now. And that's because we have a much bigger core because we absorbed the core of that other planet. So we have a bigger core, so it's taking longer to cool off. That's why we still have volcanoes and geological activity and plate tectonics and all that kind of stuff. So I think I had just learned about that theory when I wrote this comic, and I just really liked it. But that's an actual theory on. It's also, explain why the moon is made up of mostly Earth material, because it's made up of material that got ripped off the planet during that impact. And then we have Aku. He will be a reoccurring character for some time. And yes, that's the Demon Greatsword. I am very proud of that design. It's got a big eye on it. We'll see more about how that works later. Aku is Japanese for evil. It's also the name of the villain in Samurai Jack. That's how I know that. But yeah, I like Aku's design, but I'll talk more about him in later issues. This girl here is actually based off a fan of Hellgate from back then. I don't know that we learn her name in the comic. There's a book I made later that kind of like explains a lot of characters, and her name's Amanda Nightroad. And yes, Jesse gets a direct hit, but only the Jaeger sword can harm a demon, and so Aku heals even from an attack like that. Neil gets his idea to combine demonic and holy energy, and we see our first bit of color within the pages of Hellgate, because I wanted to show what happens when you blend holy and demonic energy, and we get this hint of blue coming in. And when you combine demonic and holy energy, you get this blue energy. What's this energy called? I have not named it yet, but I will tell you. It will play a role in a future issue of Heaven Gate. And this tells me that I already had Heaven Gate in mind at this point, and we're only about halfway through Hellgate. I already had Heaven Gate in mind because I can already see some of the seeds I was trying to plant. I could see that a couple issues ago, honestly, with some ideas that would later come to fruition in Heaven Gate. But with that, they get out, and that's the end of the issue with a to be continued. So there we go. That is Hellgate Battle 25 Beyond All Expectations. Thank you for that, Redeem. Kirby. So this is Battle 26 Bloodlust from 2007. Last time on Hellgate, Battle 25 Beyond All Expectations, Neil, Demonic God, and a penguin are all trapped in the gym. Meanwhile, the Demon King sends demons out to spread destruction across the globe. Jesse, Jessica, and Courtney go out to fight the demons, and Jesse meets a demon named Aku. Finally, Neil was able to break out of the gym and is now on his way to help his friends. So yeah, last time it was Neil trapped inside the gym, but he got out, essentially, and a big lore dump. So now we here in this damaged city, the Demon King atop a skyscraper. What is this uneasy feeling I have? Could Neil and God have escaped? Impossible. I'll just sit back and enjoy the show. And down below we have Aku. Where have you gone? Do you fear for your life, Jesse Hones? Uh-oh.
Damn. I have to stop the bleeding.
So I see the day passes, the sun passes through the sky.
How's it feel? Better. Thanks.
And you got Courtney and this new girl that Jesse saved in the previous issue. They are really close there. You guys travel around with the Demon Slayer, Neil, right?
Yeah. So where is he? Is he coming? He'll save us, right? She's right. Where are you, Neil?
Neil is gone. He can never return.
Aku! Stay down!
Pushes him over.
You're injured, Jesse. Let us handle this.
Pointless. Die. Swings his arm down with that big old sword of his.
Boom, 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 boom!
What? If he's free, that means God is free too. How could this happen? There's a little error on this page. I'll talk about that in the commentary. Calm down. It's time to use her.
Neil!
At last, an enemy that can actually harm me. This will be my greatest battle ever.
Stop! The Demon King's orders are for me to fight Neil.
Then the eye on the sword closes. The sword shrunk. He just kind of walks away. No puff of smoke, no teleportation. He just walks away. Zark?
Worry not, my lover. You will fight me.
Dum, bum, 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 bum.
Kelly?
But I thought Neil killed you.
He did.
There's a flashback to when that happened.
Do you see this? The same thing that was on Mike Olive. Close.
The demon on Mike latches onto something living and controls it. The demon on me latches onto a dead soul and gives it a body and demonic power.
Damn you, Kelly, for what you did to Neil.
Perfect. Neil won't be able to slay me. He still can't forgive himself for killing me.
Neil, you don't still love Kelly, do you?
Are you crying again, Neil?
Oh, that is not crying. Shock, shock, and delight.
You put me through hell! Die!
Bam, he just puts his arm through her whole torso. And then it regenerates. Because notice, he dropped the sword. That wasn't the sword, that was just his bare hand.
So much pain. Without using his sword, he can't kill me, but I think I'd rather be dead than put up with this.
Perfect. And then all of a sudden, splurt.
Neil, why is he gushing out blood?
Grabs her arm, rips her arm off.
Consumed with rage, Neil's demonic energy is too much for his body to handle. It's killing him.
Then the Jaeger sword cracks.
The sword cracked. The more Neil forgets about his human self, the weaker the sword will become. So weak it will break under pressure of its own demonic energy. When that happens, Neil will become unstable and self-destruct. The explosion will rival the meteor that took out the dinosaurs. Neil.
So close. And then the sword shatters.
It's over.
Neil starts to go super critical. Starts to, oh, not that. Starts to vomit up blood. And then a bat thud gets dropped.
Neil! Please, Neil, change back. Fight to protect, not for hate.
Neil slowly changes back.
I'm sorry for worrying you. That girl is amazing. He's weaker now.
Neil calls to his sword. Courtney, I've decided. I won't fight because I hate Kelly. I'll fight because I love you. To be continued. So we got something special here. This is a drawing. I guess I'll kind of mix commentary into this part here. This is a drawing of Sonic the Hedgehog. I sketched it by hand, and then I scanned it into the computer, and then I colored it with Microsoft Paint and a mouse. And this is the very first piece of digital art I ever made. First fully finished piece, besides, I don't know, just dicking around in Microsoft Paint. This was the first finished piece I made. I was so proud of it. This was 1999 when I made this. And I printed out copies. This was middle school. And I gave one to my art teacher. This one girl didn't believe me when I said that I made it, because she said it, because I guess it looks too good, which is funny now when I look at it. I also like that for some reason I kind of got his cuff a bit off, and for some reason I colored that blue as if I didn't realize that was his sock, and that doesn't make sense. But this particular, this was around the time when my grandma passed away. He's the fast guy, right? Yes. This is around the time when my grandma passed away, and I know because basically I lost a file to this a long time ago, but when my grandma passed away, I found this framed in her house. So I decided to put it into the issue of Hellgate because I just thought it was really interesting to see, like, my first piece of digital artwork ever. But yeah, caption here. As my readers may have noticed, each and every Hellgate cover is colored on the computer, though this issue's cover has a little less color than usual. And over the 4 years Hellgate has been made, I've gotten better at it and have learned quite a few tricks. If you'd like to see how far I've gotten, take a look at the next page where you will see the newest Hellgate cover. Then look at the picture below. This drawing of Sonic the Hedgehog was the very first think I ever colored on the computer. I didn't even know the term digital art back then. I just called it coloring on the computer. Not I made digital art in Microsoft Paint. It's kind of funny. Anyway, next time on Hellgate, Battle 27 Love's True Form. The fight between Neil and Kelly continues, but Neil is having trouble controlling his new powers. Is the new form a great new power or a useless flop? Next time we begin the Green Flame issues. All right, so commentary. So yeah, this cover, obviously I did not fully color it. Most of it's still in the pencil sketch because I just felt like it looked good like that. It just, you kind of got the rawness. I felt like if I went over it in Microsoft Paint, I wouldn't actually be improving on it. So I kind of left it sketchy like that, and I still stand by that decision. Anyway, so we open up to the Demon King just kind of watching over the destruction. Then we see, we didn't see this part of the fight. We didn't see this part of the fight. It kind of happened in between issues, but it seems that Jesse is not doing well against Aku and has lost an arm. So, thankfully, Jessica has nursing abilities. This girl, Amanda, is still with them. This is awkward. Like, get your faces shouldn't be that close with this shit. I don't know. That looks way more intimate than it should. And I still really like, well, I like this shot up here with the eyes. I think that still kind of holds the shock on everyone's face. And then this here, like, that's a surprisingly good pose for back then for me. I think it really shows, like, Neil getting in there with the quick block. I really like how that came out. And so here's the mistake here. The Demon King has his hand back. He shouldn't have a hand here. I just forgot that hand should be missing. Yeah, he shouldn't have his hand here because that's it was cut off by Neil. And that's not going to regenerate. I do address a change for that later, but right here, yeah, that shouldn't be there. That's the only time I made that mistake. And here I show how the Demon Greatsword, when its eye closes, it goes small and turns into like a pendant. That actually is going to come up in the current issue of Heavengate. And then here we have the return of Kelly. So her soul is being possessed by a demon that's latched onto her neck. You can see it attached to her neck there. She gets some markings, pointed ears, fangs, some demon wings. You can actually see here she still bears the mark on her stomach of where she was stabbed. Like that's kind of a mark on her soul. She's got this weird semi-Asian outfit. I don't know. I do kind of like this slow zoom in on Neil's realization. And here I just explained that it's a demon that's very similar to the one that was possessing Mike. Boobs, ghost boobs, spirit boobs. It's fine. Nondescript boobs. Yeah, and then we have Neil go into like a very his demonic form plus. His hair's a little bit wilder. His eyes are more narrow. He's got pointed ears. That's not usually part of his demonic form. And he gets big, though you can't really tell that yet. We'll get to that. But you can kind of tell here in his relation to Kelly that he's much bigger, but it's not as obvious. And again, I'll get to that. But yeah, whenever a demon is harmed without using the Jaeger sword, that can heal. And here I show, yeah, even if you just rip the torso apart, that's still going to heal. So you can see like the blood coming out, connecting the limbs, and then like the muscle tissue and, you know, the fatty part of the breasts, and then the skin. And it's not really, I decided, obviously she'd be completely topless after a hit like that. So I just decided that in her demon form, she's got these weird markings over her breasts. So, you know, it's not quite the same as seeing fully nude breasts, even though it kind of is, but it's weird the way her mind works. So she says, flame titties. And then here, basically, Neil's ripping apart at the seams. Blood coming out of every crease on his musculature and out his ears, nose, and mouth. This is a very brutal issue. He's ripping her arm off. I had absolutely no sensitivity when it came to, like, violence. I was just like, ah. As we can see, Hippo's still here. Skipped it. There we go. We haven't named him yet. He's still just the penguin, but I showed that he has tagged along with Neil after escaping the gym. And this is a good angle. I think that kind of, you know, it's a bit of an upward angle. That's kind of ambitious for me at the time. Probably still ambitious for me now. You can also see that Courtney has like a scar too from where she got hurt. And the sword breaks. Once again, I inverted the frame here. And I inverted this frame here. And here's where you really get a feel for how big Neil had gotten. And yeah, multiple people, I remember, especially when it first came out, were like, whoa, he's big. Like, they were all so shocked. And this is the second time that Courtney's voice, embrace, affection has brought Neil back from the brink. Then the sword heals itself. It has these new strange markings on it. It's much bigger now. Neil's hair, I imagine it kind of growing up, straight up at first. Because I remember trying to imagine what the transition between this form would be. And I could never think about it just like, you know, flowing down. That always didn't make enough sense to me. So instead, I like the idea of it just going straight up. And kind of be alarming at first, like, oh god, is that what he's gonna look like? But then eventually just gives way and just falls back. And I show that a bit better in future transformations. But yeah, and that's where we leave off, is Neil in this strange new form. I talked about this, and then we can see that new form in a bit of color. And we'll learn more about it next time. And we have now finished the blue flame issues. Now we just have the green flame issues and the black flame issue. There we go. That was Battle 26, Bloodlust. Thank you for that, Redeem, Lord of Kirby. Thank you so much for watching. If you liked this video, make sure you hit the like button, and I'd love to read your comments below. And make sure you're subscribed so you know when the next comic goes up. Also, check the description for a playlist of any readings you may have already missed. And if you'd like to read ahead, all of these comics are free on my website, YaegerComics.com. Bye!